Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, joining us for our today's conference. Our today's event is live streaming on both the official account of Hong Kong University and also SDSN on YouTube. So please feel free to share the link with your partners who are not available to come over in person, join us. So please feel free to share the link and let more people immerse themselves in our today's conference sharing. Thank you for your cooperation, and let us all get ready. Welcome all the distinguished VIP leaders joining us for our today's conference. So our event will be starting in a minute. Please kindly be seated and let's all make sure we have switched our mobile phone into the silent or vibrate mode. Please get ready. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, our event now starts. Dear distinguished leaders and guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all the participants joining us for our today's conference here on site and online, good morning. Wow, thank you. Thank you for your big round of applause for me. And welcome everybody joining us for the GBA-ASEAN conference on finance, trade, and in sustainable development. Good morning. My name is Phoebe. It's my great pleasure and honor joining all of you here in the dynamic city, Shenzhen. So it's pretty early in the day. How's everybody this morning? Great, right? Wow, you look amazing, gentlemen. So glad to have you here. Yeah, indeed. So in this fruitful era, full of the transformation and also full of the uncertainty, it is really necessary for us to build up a sustainable partnerships between each other. And today we are really honored to gather here in Shenzhen to host this conference. And hopefully we can not only exchange ideas, but also build up a strong partnership that will drive the sustainable and inclusive progress across the GBA and also ASEAN countries. So our today's conference is actually organized by the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network. It's also known as SDSN. It is a global initiative launched under the auspices of the UN Secretary General, mobilizing scientific and technical expertise from around the world to promote practical solutions and also the sustainable development. We are also very proud to be organized by Hong Kong University and the Institute for International Affairs, Zhuhai. Based in the heart of the Greater Bay Area, the Institute has constantly served as a vital platform for policy research and international dialogue, hoping to shape a more connected and prosperous future for this dynamic region. So here, on behalf of the organizer, we would like to express our sincerely gratitude and warmest welcome to each and every one of you. Thank you for coming and welcome everybody. Welcome. All right, thank you. I can tell we are all really eager to learn and to share and also to exchange opinions, which we can all embrace some opportunities here in the Greater Bay Area. All right, so now, first thing first, here comes our first speaker of today. His analysis of China's development and global affairs are constantly profound. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me giving a big round of applause to welcome Professor Zheng Yongnian, Director of the Institute for International Affairs, Zhuhai, to come over to the stage and give us an opening remarks. Please welcome Mr. Zheng. 有请郑教授。
Well, hello. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I just came back from Tibet yesterday. I'm still active, so if I don't speak well, it's not my problem. Yeah, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to speak with you today at this pivotal conference on trade, finance, and sustainable development in the Great Bay Area and ASEAN. Well, I worked in ASEAN for more than 2 decades. So here, particularly Alan Ching, was my leader for many years. So I was so happy to see him today again. Now I'm working with GBA. So I think I have some thought on GBA and ASEAN on this subject. This region, where dynamic economics and diverse cultures intersect, stands at the threshold of immense opportunity and challenges. The choice we make today will lay the foundation for a prosperous and sustainable future for all of us. As we reflect on the outcomes of the 14th plenary session of the 20th Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party last week, we are reminded of the immense importance of openness. The message sent was clear. China is firmly committed to deepening its openness, embracing cooperation, and striving for mutually beneficial partnerships with all nations. This commitment is not merely a policy direction. It's the core of China's engagement with the world and a guiding principle for our future development. In the face of growing global uncertainties, including trade disputes, the rise of protectionism, and the geopolitical tensions, it's more important than ever that we remain steadfast in our belief in open and inclusive growth. Trade barriers, tariffs, and the retaliation of markets have become increasingly prevalent, threatening not only the global economy, but also the very spirit of international cooperation. In such a challenging environment, the Great Bay Area and ASEAN have the opportunity to lead by example, demonstrating that openness and collaboration are the keys to enduring prosperity. Through sustained efforts to reduce trade frictions, promote transparent policies, and embrace collective growth, we can turn the tide against isolationism and create a more resilient global economy for all. Therefore, China's openness is not just for China's benefit, it's for the benefit of all nations, particularly our close neighbors in ASEAN. In a world where the forces of fragmentation are at play, we must stand united in our pursuit of common prosperity. One idea that my colleagues and I have long championed is that of unilateral opening, a concept that challenges the traditional norms of reciprocal trade agreement. Rather than waiting for negotiations to bear fruit, China should take the first step to open its market further to ASEAN countries. This is not a move of charity, but one rooted in strategic foresight. By unilaterally reducing tariffs, easy market access, and extending benefits such as visa waivers, China can set a powerful example of proactive cooperation. Unilateral opening is not just a short-term benefit. It's a part of a broader vision, the creation of an ASEAN-China common market, another policy ideas we have been proposing. This is an idea both ambitious and essential, built upon decades of trade and investment collaboration. A common market will allow goods, service, capital, and people to flow seamlessly between China and the ASEAN countries, creating a deeply integrated economic space. It will be a testament to our collective ability to transcend the limits of current trade agreements and construct something truly transformative. This vision of a China-ASEAN common market is not only about economic integration, it's about strategic resilience. In a world increasingly defined by volatility and unpredictability, having a unified market between China and ASEAN provides a critical buffer against external shocks. By pooling resources, streamlining regulations, and coordinating economic policies, we can create a stronger, more adaptable region that can better weather economic downturns and political tensions. A resilient common market ensures that even in the face of global disruptions, both China and ASEAN can continue to grow, protect their economics, and safeguard their people's well-being. This resilience is the backbone of our long-term strategy for regional stability, fostering trust, and a shared sense of security across borders. Therefore, regional integration offers a stabilizing force in a world where external pressures loom large. A unified market of over 2 billion people can buffer against global disruptions. If one door closes, we can open many others with our region. For ASEAN countries, access to China's massive consumers have a basis of a safeguard against the volatility of external markets. And for China, greater integration with ASEAN helps ensure economic growth, even if external conditions become less favorable. As we gather in Shenzhen, I cannot overstate the significance of this city in our discussion. Next year, Shenzhen will have the privilege of hosting the APEC summit. I think the government will announce soon, today or tomorrow. This presents a rare opportunity for us to showcase our commitment to the principles of openness and cooperation on the world stage. Hosting this conference today serves as a precursor to that global dialogue. Shenzhen, a city that has been a symbol of China's reform and opening up, embodies the spirit of progress and collaboration. I always say Shenzhen is a city of innovation, by innovation, and for innovation. It's here in this city where the future of regional integration can take root and flourish. We are at a crossroad in global politics. The rise of protectionism and the resurgence of unilateralism presents new challenges. Yet, in this moment of uncertainty, we have the opportunity to deepen the ties between China and ASEAN, two regions where futures are intertwined. As the trade between China and ASEAN has flourished over the past 2 decades, we now found ourselves with a unique opportunity to build something greater, a common market that is inclusive, flexible, and resilient. The idea of a China-ASEAN common market is not a departure from existing frameworks like the ASEAN-China Free Trade Agreement or the RCEP. Rather, it is a complementary step that seeks to harmonize those frameworks and pushes them to their full potential. By integrating ASEAN's economic diversity and aligning with China's growing trajectory, we can create a market that benefits all. It's a vision that ensures no one is left behind. In closing, the path we chart today is one of collaboration and mutual benefit. As we face the complexities of global changes, we must remember that the future of this region lies in our collective hands. The China-ASEAN common market is not just an economic perspective, it's a vision for peace and stability in the Asia-Pacific region. It is a bold step toward a future where prosperity is shared and where cooperation, not division, define our relations. Let us embrace this vision and work together to build a future that is sustainable, prosperous, and open. A future where Great Bay Area, China, and ASEAN stand united, not just as neighbors, but as partners in creating a better world for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for Professor Zheng giving us the background research, background study sharing, and also sharing us a lot of latest news about Shenzhen and also China. Exactly, just like Mr. Zheng emphasized, it is really necessary for us to build up strong partnerships in nowadays uncertainty and also transformation era. So it is really necessary for us to gathering together and exchange minds. So here, we are also very welcome Professor Alan Chen, Provost of Singapore Management University, joining us for our today's conference. Please give a big welcome to Alan Chen to come over and give us a sharing. Welcome, Mr. Alan.
Thank you very much. Professor Zheng, my old friend, Dr. Cao, Professor Sachs, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm simply delighted to be able to join you in congratulating, first of all, our hosts and organizers for the establishment of the GBA-ASEAN initiative. Slightly overdue, I would say. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, is better late than never. We are particularly interested and excited about this initiative because SMU is a management university that seeks to not only promote, but in fact enhance GBA-ASEAN relations. The topic of today's conference is, of course, very close to our heart. As a 21st century management university, trade, finance, sustainable development are, of course, of great interest to us. We basically see ourselves at SMU to be at the nexus of management, technology, and social science. Being in Singapore, at the heart of ASEAN, growth in Asia has always been our major focus. But growth in Asia has to be set in context. In the 21st century, growth in Asia cannot be decoupled from digital transformation as well as sustainable development. Maybe in the 19th century, early 20th century, development, growth may mean something different, but in the 21st century, sustainable development in the context of digital transformation must be our major focus. This really permeates everything we do at SMU in both education and research. And to give it even a sharper focus, when we talk about digital transformation, when we talk about sustainable development, obviously no one university, no one organization can do everything well. For us, I think there are several topics that may be worth consideration. First, Singapore is a city-state, so urban development obviously would be of great importance to us. Recently, in Vienna, during the World Cities Summit, we formed a global alliance for sustainable urban societies with several other major universities, with the common goal of understanding the needs of urban growth and very rapid urbanization in the 21st century, the emergence, the continuing growth of megacities also bring a great deal of a lot of challenges. Whether it is urban heat in a Singapore context, rising sea level, climate crisis, these are obvious examples that we must pay close attention to. If not, then any talk about growth in Asia, any talk about sustainable development will remain rhetorical. So urban development is critical, whether it is in terms of governance, whether it is in terms of infrastructure, or whether it is in terms of people, talent development. These, I think, are certainly worthy of close attention for the newly established GBA-ASEAN initiative. A second major focus, I think, would be a resilient workforce for the future. Here at SMU, we are deeply concerned about the impact of AI, especially on education, every university partner I speak with, and I'm being brutally frank here, without exception, we basically have no idea how AI will impact the future of learning and the future of work. Yes, AI can be a powerful learning tool. We encourage our students to embrace AI. And mind you, DeepSeek is only at 3.0, ChatGPT 5.0. Imagine the impact it would create, and as Yongnan has suggested earlier, also the disruption it will cause can hardly be underestimated. AI is also a very powerful teaching tool, but do you really want young people of the future, well, maybe even today, to become overly reliant on technology? There is already quite a bit of research demonstrating that such over-reliance may adversely affect metacognitive development. So how do we ensure that our graduates, that young people of the future, can harness what AI can provide, and yet at the same time, continue to be discerning user of technology, rather than passive consumers of knowledge? So that, to us, is a major challenge in the newly established Resilient Workforces Institute at SMU. From learning, then the future of work. To this audience, I don't think I need to belabor the point. Practically every day now. 2 days ago, it was Amazon. A week ago, it was Accenture. Major retrenchment on the horizon, affecting not only blue-collar workers, but also white-collar workers increasingly so. So how do we ensure that the future of work can remain resilient, can remain dynamic with the prospect of growth? Resilience is not just about the ability to bounce back from shocks. Properly understood, resilience is always about continual renewal, further enhancements, and that is important. And I think this assembly will do well to put our collective effort together to ensure future learning, future of work remain resilient and dynamic. Singapore is a rapidly aging society, and that explains why at SMU we are also focusing on longevity, economy, and society. Perhaps China is also gradually becoming an aging society, isn't it? In ASEAN, like Singapore, Thailand, will soon not only we will be a super aged society before too long. So there is also a need for us to understand how the aging population can continue to be productive. What does it mean to be a successfully aging person in the 21st century? Being in Singapore, in the heart of ASEAN, of course, growth in Asia for us with these various foci, we initially focus on ASEAN itself. I think my colleague, Professor Lim Sen San, yesterday in Hong Kong has already mentioned that we have established overseas centers in Jakarta, in Ho Chi Minh City, as well as in Bangkok. The growth of GBA, of course, is spectacular. But I don't know how many of you have recently visited major cities in ASEAN. I wasn't able to go to Jakarta during the COVID years. But then, when I returned to Singapore, I visited Jakarta. Arriving in the airport, the drive from the airport to the city center, that shows me major urban centers in ASEAN are coming of age. ASEAN as an association was founded in 1967. Look at how successfully Malaysia has conducted the 47th ASEAN Summit just a few days ago. There is no doubt in my mind that ASEAN has now attained a kind of maturity that will ensure significant economic development in the future. The important point again is to ensure that such development can be sustainable. We are already well established in ASEAN. Then we think it is time. We are ready to also connect GBA with ASEAN. That is the role of, I think, all universities should play, to bring people together, to amplify our convening power and the ability to create and disseminate new knowledge. So I'm happy to report that very soon we will be establishing our first SMU center in the city of Shenzhen. Not just Shenzhen, and because of Yongnan's influence, in Qianhai, I think, in particular. Qianhai is really quite a wonderful, wonderful development. So hopefully we will be able to even do more in connecting GBA with ASEAN. Before I close, please let me make one more point. I'm not going to talk about trade. I'm not going to talk about finance. But I do want to mention the importance of culture. Cultural differences are real. Culture is essentially situated in a network of relationships. And relationships are always complex and challenging. Learning another culture is not simply a set of knowledge, certain facts and figures. Just as in the development of AI, we now talk about embodied AI, I think it is important also to encourage, especially our young people, to develop what may be called embodied cultural intelligence. And I see this initiative, starting with this conference, has great potential to promote that kind of intercultural understanding, without which any development will remain transactional. And transactional arrangements are not sustainable without deep understanding among the people of Greater China and ASEAN. Sustainable development probably will continue to face considerable challenges. There are many other reasons why we should collaborate together. Suffice it to say that Singapore, and especially SMU, is simply thrilled to be able to take part in this initiative. We wish the GBA-ASEAN initiative every success, and we look forward to playing a central role in its development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Allen. Thank you for your sharing. Very well said. So just now, Mr. Allen shared us the very advanced educational philosophy of SMU and also demonstrate us the vital role of our human capital and also innovation in our shared future. To build up the mutual trust and commitment, understanding between us is really essential. So ladies and gentlemen, here comes our next speaker, is a business leader. Let's please welcome Mr. Travelate Frederick Cao, Chairman of TPC Group, to come over and give us a sharing. Let's please give a big welcome to Mr. Cao. 我们有请曹总。
I like to look at you because it makes me smile. Good morning. Not so early, but I wish you smile all day because conference would be boring without your smile. Anyway, let me introduce myself. I'm a person born in Hong Kong because my family is from Shanghai. And we're a family business from the Qing dynasty. And so in 1948, we left Zhuhai, went north to Japan, went south based at Hong Kong, and then went down to Southeast Asia and then moved out finally to Brazil. But first stop is, of course, Southeast Asia. So the first time I visited Singapore at that time was Federation of Malaya, was 1960. And I actually was there on the day Singapore becomes Singapore. And today, Singapore hosts our TPC head office. We have been there since 1990. They have a lot of scheme to attract people going there. They always give you a deal you cannot resist. And even the Prime Minister is a marketing officer for Singapore, so it's a really great place. And today, Singapore is becoming an exchange square, an entrance into ASEAN, a base for many Chinese companies for their regional head office or overseas office. So it's worth a visit. It's a vibrant place, just like in Shenzhen. I also watched Shenzhen from a child across in Hong Kong over the years and how it's developed. It's quite amazing. What I like to take it off is on culture. I think this has been always a barrier for global integration. So first, from a Chinese worldview and the Chinese direction, I like to share. Chinese is a culture of Tao, and sustainability is if we would follow the Tao, we would prosper. If we don't follow the Tao, we will disappear. And so what is the Tao? Now, in the quantum science, we call the evolutionary energy. It evolves the consciousness. When we shift consciousness, we change the way we see things. Therefore, we think, feel, and choose differently. So consciousness is a very important thing. My first English book was written called Quantum Leadership and Consciousness as a Mother of Capital. And I think there's a big group of people not mainstream yet really studying consciousness. And I'm part of that group for a long time. In 1995, I formed the East-West Center for Cultural Research in Singapore, doing exactly understanding this cultural challenge, sustainability, and so forth. So that published 40 books based on the Chinese worldview. So today, let me share with you what is the Chinese worldview from the past and now being revitalized in current government as you hear the rebirth of Chinese culture in the modern times. So the Chinese have one aspiration, and it is the unification with the cosmos to create the sameness world. In other words, totally inclusive world on earth. 中文就是天人合一，共创大同世界。I think most of the Chinese would have heard about it, but it's something from a very, very long aspiration. And today is being revitalized to do that. So the Chinese government comes up with a new direction in doing. It says, you have to realize the common destiny of humanity. We are one. And we're part of life. And life is being challenged. If we don't solve it, we cannot. Now, there's a saying in Chinese called the prosperity or demise of the world is every person's responsibility. 天下兴亡，匹夫有责. And if you take today, thank you. If you today look at the reality, isn't it we need the co-creation of the whole humanity to solve our problem, right? And of course, even United Nations have discovered, hey man, it's the wrong direction, not GDP, GNH. All we want to be is well and happy. 幸福快乐, right? That's all we want, but we don't know. And of course, 幸福快乐是大健康, right? 不幸福快乐是不大健康. And that because the whole life system to be tackled by everybody, whatever they can do every step. But we need to be educated. We need to be awakened to this reality of Chinese worldview. So in Chinese government, it's very good to hear slogans, and most people put it as slogan, but they don't put up any slogan. Every slogan is probably researched, fine-tweaked for a long time to become these generations. And of course, the very famous Party Secretary Xi's announcement in United Nations where China is going, the slogan. The realization that human has a common destiny. And that we have to change the way we see. And he says we must have a oneness or at one worldview of the cosmos. 天人合一的宇宙观. We must have a harmonizing among nations global international view, 和谐万邦的国际观. And this is not what we see, multilateralism, the support of United Nations. This is a work of United Nations, and China supports to promote multilateralism, mutual collaboration for mutual prosperity, and everybody can walk the road. And then China has a slogan of inclusiveness, 和而不同的社会观. And then Chinese says the most important as we are having the direction, which is morality. And he says a morality of goodness. Here, of course, goodness means more true, because true, good, and beautiful. To become more and more true, will become more and more good. It's not a form, it's an internal moral bearing, what otherwise the Chinese call conscience, 良知. So in this process of China executing its strategy of creating the legacy for China, the Chinese people will live its value, and therefore cultural will become alive in this modern context, in this global context. So it is a very big initiative where the leadership of Chinese government drive the legacy of China, solving the sustainability and creating, otherwise the Chinese call Chinese characteristic socialistic market economy, or what the United Nations calls well-being and happiness economy. Just different name, what I call the good economy, 善经济. For it is our morality and direction that drives everything. Essence is if we're going and take responsibility to solve our challenge of sustainability while we create our true needs to be well and happy, the whole life system. China also says to the citizen of China to have confidence, on this road they're walking down, to be confident on the theory behind why we're walking this road, and to be confident of the systems and structure that we're using to walk down this road. And we will arrive to have confidence in ourselves and our culture and how we live our life. Now, this initiative is part of this weaving process of global integration. When we have these very extreme things that's happening elsewhere, we still can move faster and put our effort in weaving our regional cohesiveness, our regional integration. And of course, this initiative that's done is a supporting initiative to make sure the integration is done the most effective and smooth and speedily. So research institutes, academics that train people, these are very important in shaping our mind thinking, also supporting, holding as a mirror. One of the things I'm very concerned in this movement is inclusiveness. Because I see as business go up, they just think about making the deal and making it work. But we must think about the inclusive and bringing our back end, our small, medium-sized company. They are the biggest chunk of our economy. And yet, they are not so educated, not so informed. They don't know what's going on. The world's changing like everything, very fearful. We must really, in the consideration of the planning, to see how the whole economy moves as a well-being economy, how we can bring not only our future supply of young resources, but how we can bring the rest of the society in this outreach program of China moving overseas. I think this is very important. Therefore, I formed the Association Wellbeing Economy for Hong Kong Greater Bay to go together with this movement of China outreach program, One Belt, One Road. Well, I hope you can join also. We just launched this year, and we hope to be part of the system that goes together with this outreach. And at this point, I wish you well and happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman Zhao, for sharing us the comprehensive understanding between the relationship of the regional trade and also finance and also the sustainable development. Really profound and deep, right? But we can tell that the TPC group definitely embodies the spirit of cross-cultural that our conference champions. So here comes our last but not least speaker of our today. So he needs little introduction. He has been a guiding voice throughout this conference and also championing the integration of sustainable development with economic strategy. So here, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to welcome Professor Jeffrey Zaks, University Professor of Columbia University and also President of SDSN, to come over and give us an opening remarks. Let's please welcome Mr. Zaks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What an incredible thrill it is to be together with you. Many of us have been dreaming of this day for quite a long time, and here we are, real leaders of this region and therefore of the world, coming together to think about how to move forward together. And I think what Fred Tsao just told us, that our ultimate purpose is happiness and well-being, and that is the key for us. When the world's governments came together to develop the Sustainable Development Goals at the UN Summit in Rio de Janeiro in 2012, their outcome document was called The Future We Want. And I really like that title. The idea is that we are trying to create the future that we want. At the core of that is human well-being. This is certainly the case. The concept that the world's governments adopted to create that human well-being is sustainable development. the idea that we should bring together the economic advancement with social inclusion, environmental sustainability, and peace and cooperation as the 4 pillars of the future we want is very compelling. Economic, social, environmental, and peaceful cooperation as the cornerstones of the future that we want to build. There's another concept of the future that I like very much due to an American science fiction writer, William Gibson. He said something quite clever. He said that the future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed, meaning that one can find places in the world where you are already part of the future of the world. Here we are in Shenzhen. We are already in the future here. There's a concept, 2 concepts in economics that I think are useful to understand why Shenzhen is already the future of global society. One concept which is standard from economics is called catching up. If some region or country in the world is technologically or economically ahead of other regions, they want to catch up with the leader. Another concept that is also very pertinent is leapfrogging. It turns out that those who are catching up don't necessarily just close the gap, but they go on to make the future. They leapfrog ahead of those who were once ahead. I think Singapore is a very good example of that. When I was a young development economist many decades ago, I thought Singapore would just narrow the gap and catch up with the more advanced economies. But Singapore didn't see any ceiling. It just went right ahead and continued right through the what one might have guessed was a kind of limit, and created a new, even higher level of prosperity, of income per person, of social innovation. And Shenzhen is certainly doing the same as well. And that's why it's very exciting to hear that SMU is going to open a branch in Shenzhen. This brings together 2 future makers, 2 leapfroggers in the world to be thinking together and designing together. And our goal, of course, is to help with this future that we experience here, to help share that among the 700 million people of the 11 ASEAN countries, and therefore the 2.2 billion people of the comprehensive partnership region that includes ASEAN, China, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, and I believe soon will include India as well, because I think India will reconsider and join the regional comprehensive partnership. This will become the absolute cornerstone and center of the world future economy. So that's what we're speaking about when we launched the Greater Bay Area ASEAN initiative. As I mentioned yesterday in our meeting in Hong Kong, there is a good imprimatur for this region's leadership in the most recent survey done by the United Nations World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, which looks at clusters or geographic regions around the world for their innovation, for their capacity to look and build the future. It is Shenzhen, Hong Kong, Guangzhou, that cluster that is #1 in the entire world today. That's really remarkable, and one feels it here. So the Greater Bay Area is something absolutely extraordinary. It is, in my view, the highest concentration of innovative power and productive capacity in the entire world. Silicon Valley, which once held that title and is famous worldwide for it, ranks #3 on the list, by the way. Tokyo, Yokohama is #2 in the world cluster rankings. And what makes this Greater Bay Area so distinctive is that it brings every part of the innovation, and I'll call it the future-making ecosystem together. Silicon Valley has some very clever, very smart people making a lot of innovations, but they don't produce their innovations. They don't have the advanced manufacturing capacity. And while they have venture capital, to be sure, they are not a financial center for the world in Silicon Valley. Whereas this region puts together everything. The Greater Bay Area is the technology innovation center. It's an intellectual hub of world-leading universities, of course, with the University of Hong Kong as one of the world's greatest universities. It is one of the great, and I will say in the future, the great financial centers of the world, because what Hong Kong will bring is not only its long traditions of being a financial center for the world, but I believe it will become the global financial center for green financing, something that New York can't achieve, even if it wanted to, which it doesn't know enough to want, but it can't achieve it because the United States is not even joining this challenge of green development, at least for the foreseeable future. And with China now in the lead of green technologies, and this Greater Bay Area and Shenzhen in the very forefront of green technologies, Hong Kong will become, through hard work and this close relationship in GBA, the world's green finance capital. And that will also be building the future. So it's ideas, it's science, it's technology, it's the incredible ecosystem of startup enterprises in this region. It's some of the world's leading companies that we're going to be hearing in this conference. It's the finance, and it's the fact that this is a wonderful place to be and a wonderful tourist destination, cultural destination as well, that makes this such a remarkable and, I will say, unique part of the world. You know, 40 years, Shenzhen has grown 1,000-fold, from around 25,000 people in a small fishing village in 1980 to 25 million today. So if you just do the arithmetic, 1,000-fold increase means a doubling every 4 years. It means an annual compound growth rate of more than 18% per year, which is what Shenzhen has achieved. Wow, this is something unique in the world. And this is something that we are cherishing and knowing will now be a massive propellant for advance throughout the ASEAN region and throughout Asia. Our focus in this project will be on the cutting-edge technologies and how they can serve the purpose of rapid advancement of the ASEAN economies together with China and more broadly with the regional comprehensive economic partnership. This unity of 15 and I believe soon to be 16 and maybe even more countries, because many world leaders came to Kuala Lumpur earlier this week to the ASEAN summit to say, we want to join RCEP, we want to join your trade partnership, coming from all over the world, by the way. And so this is something very, very exciting. I will name a few of the focus areas for our work in the years ahead. Certainly, I think, and practically at the top of the list is new energy. We know that we need to decarbonize the world energy system. We know that this involves the very technologies that are in advance in China. We will be hearing from Longji, one of the great solar manufacturers of the world. We'll be hearing from BYD, the world's leading electrical vehicle producer, and from other companies that are in the forefront of the new energy system. In the ASEAN summit that just concluded in Kuala Lumpur, the leaders of ASEAN agreed to move forward rapidly on a bold decarbonization strategy for ASEAN. This coming year will involve adopting a framework and a path forward. And our work at the GBA-ASEAN initiative will be to help facilitate this new path in ASEAN, but with a very strong connection with the Greater Bay Area and with China's leadership in new energy. So this is something very practical, very much on the policy horizon, very much for the coming year. Of course, as is on all of our minds, what is happening in GBA in artificial intelligence and robotics is absolutely astounding. And we know that the future of robotics is being made here just now. And we know that China's open source model of advanced AI is also going to be the basic platform for most of the world. The proprietary model of AI will not work in terms of diffusion to the rest of the world, whereas the open source model of AI that China is adopting will be taken up. There are already an estimated 600 million users of AI in China, and this will spread throughout ASEAN and in our discussions in Kuala Lumpur and in Singapore earlier this week, there's a tremendous work going on, of course, in AI. I know that's true at SMU as well. So this is an area of very close collaboration. Let me mention a few other areas that I think are very important, and we already heard again from Alan just a moment ago. The future of cities should be one of our central themes. After all, we are today meeting in a city of 25 million people that works and that is new and therefore is designed to a very large extent. And this is something that is going to be a core of the world future in the coming generation. Perhaps 2 to 2.5 billion people in the world will be joining cities by mid-century. A lot in Africa, by the way, but a lot in the ASEAN region as well. I spoke recently with the Director General of UN Habitat, which is the UN's organization for the future of cities. And it's clear we have a very strong analytical and research and policy and practice agenda of helping to build cities that work, that satisfy Fred Sau's criterion that these are places to live in, not only places to survive in. but places to thrive in, places to be happy in. And I think that we should devote a lot of our time and effort to the future of cities and how the new technologies should be utilized in a way to promote well-being for the vast majority of the world's population that will be living in cities. A fourth area that I think we should focus on is the mechanism of planning itself. China is adopting the 15th plan just now. It's just finalizing the 15th plan. A tremendous amount of work has gone into the 15th plan, as goes into each of the 5-year plans. It's an enormously collaborative and intensive effort. Advisory committees, planning at local level, planning at provincial level, planning at national level. It's really a remarkable thinking process for the whole society. So it's an extraordinarily inclusive, intelligent, and sophisticated process. Very few places in the world have any idea how to do this, by the way. Singapore is one that does. Singapore has done extraordinary planning for decades, cutting edge thinking about the future. My own country, the United States, planning doesn't exist in Washington. You don't even plan for the next 15 minutes anymore. You wait for the next Truth Social post. But this is not exactly planning and thinking ahead. So I hope that we can use this initiative to bring together the planning processes in the ASEAN countries. There's some very fine planning ministries or planning departments together with the Chinese experts in planning from the Greater Bay Area and from the national government to work on the process itself of planning so that we can improve the performance and forward-looking quality of the government programs throughout this region. And a fifth area that we heard from Professor Zhang is building a common market between China and ASEAN. I was at the signing on Tuesday of the third upgrade of the China-ASEAN Free Trade Area. I thought it was pretty good with the Premier and Prime Minister of Malaysia, who was the President of ASEAN, presiding this year. But Professor Zhang says it can be much better because we can move from a free trade area, even upgraded 3 times, to a true common market. This is very exciting, and I think it is absolutely core to what we should be studying and analyzing in the GBA-ASEAN initiative. And then I want to end finally where Fred Zhao promotes us to go, and that is that we must keep in mind human well-being at the center of this, and human nature well-being, I would say, very much in the Taoist and also Confucian traditions, which is that we are part of an ecosystem, a biosphere, part of a natural world that is under tremendous stress and tremendous threat. We have our job in sustainable development of combining the economic future, the social well-being with the environmental health and sustainability. And so we have a big job ahead of us, but we're in the right place to do it. We're in the future right here in Shenzhen, and I think we can help through this effort to build the future we want. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you, Mr. Jeffrey. We would like to keep you remain up here on the stage. Yeah, well, thank you for your sharing. Really impressive, isn't it? So just now, Mr. Jeffrey shared with us the highlights of Shenzhen, of the Greater Bay Area, with the understanding of an insider. Wow, truly very deep and also very understandable. And there is a saying here in China, once you come, you are a Shenzhener. 来了就是深圳人. So today, since we gathering with all our friends coming from afar, we would like to together take some pictures to capture our conference moments all together. So as for now, we would like to first welcome all the speakers for our today's conference to have the first picture gathering here on the stage. So welcome all the speakers of our today. So thank you for joining, and we are eager to learn more from you. So welcome all the speakers. 我们有请所有的主讲嘉宾来到舞台上。So here we may divide it into two rows. We can either step on the stage or we can stand on the first stair. And we are going to leave the second stairs vacant for more staffs to come in our second round of the photo. All right, so here we would like to welcome our speakers. Please come over to the stage. 好，我们可以请嘉宾朋友们站在咱们的前两集要么可以站在台阶上，要么可以站在我们的舞台上 for a group picture. All right, so everybody please facing the front. Yep, make sure we are at the center of the stage. All right, yep, our second row, we can all step on the stairs. Yep, all right, so looks cool. Let's try. All right, facing the front, give it a big smile, everybody. One more. All right, so shall we do thumbs up? Since we are gathering here to develop the sustainable connection and bond between us, let's put a thumbs up for ourselves. All right, really awesome. Please remain still, and we would like to call out our staff from our conference, our organizer. So thank you for the hard work, and here we would like to welcome all the staffs from all the organizing parties to come over. SDSN, all the staffs, and also from our Zhuhai Institute, and also maybe from our organizer, Hong Kong University. Thank you for coming from Hong Kong. 我哋有請我哋香港港大嘅朋友，好歡迎各位嘉賓。All right, so also welcome our organizer parties to come over. Right, make sure you're not walking by people standing in front of you. Facing the front, everybody. All right, let's do one more, shall we? Another gesture, thumbs up for ourselves and also for our conference. All right, so very brilliant. Thank you for all our distinguished leaders and guests. Thank you so much. And meanwhile, in order to boost our development, we also need your support and attention. So we would like to collect a group picture with everybody presenting here for today. So maybe we would like our friends that are sitting at the back, maybe let's move a little bit closer to our stage. Shall we move a little bit to the front? All those vacant seats, let's fill them up, shall we? 我们请咱们后排的各位朋友们，咱们可以稍事靠前，将我们的这些空座位填补起来。我们带领着大家一起拍一张集体的留影，怎么样？ So here we would like to also welcome our cameraman to shoot up there from the stage. So to capture everybody presenting for our today's conference, 我们将会有请摄影老师呢从台上来向台下进行一个拍照，所以请后排的朋友可以尽量朝前排的空座位稍事移步。稍后的话呢，我们现场马上也要进行圆桌分享了，大家呢可以更好的近距离的感受嘉宾分享的魅力。All right, let's try to capture the best angle from our venue. 好，我们后排的朋友可以填补一下我们前方的空座位，我们一起看向前方，准备好。All right, group picture moment, everybody. Let's facing the front. All right, so let's do it. All right, facing the front, everybody. Yep, maybe shall we do another round of the thumbs up for ourselves, for each and every participant? Wow, really pleasure to have you here. Thank you. Wow, great picture. And we are going to upload it on our live stream. So everybody could download it and share it. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, through the keynote speeches just now, we've already underscored our shared vision for the development between our GBA and also ASEAN countries. So in order to reach our final destination, in order to realize all those vision and also our mission, we need to build a pathway. So here we would like to draw out our first round of the panel discussion, business pathway towards the regional cooperation. And we would like to welcome some of the distinguished guests from critical domains of finance, clean technology, and also green infrastructure joining us for the topic. So here we would like to first welcome our panelists to come over. Let's please welcome Mr. Patrick Zhong, the founding managing partner of M31 Capital, who fuels the next generation of the investor innovators. And also let's please welcome Mr. Pan Liang, the Chief Sustainability Expert at BYD. They are a global leader in the new energy revolution. And let's please welcome Mr. Cheng Zhiqiang, the Chief Corporation Officer of GETCO, which is envisioning our interconnected energy future. And also we would like to welcome Mr. Wang Xiaoshen, the Vice Chairman and President of Ganfeng Lithium Group, providing the critical materials for a sustainable world. And meanwhile, it's our great pleasure to once again welcome back a man whose work connects the global sustainability and also the economic development. Our moderator for our first round of the panel discussion, Professor Jeffrey Sachs. Let's please welcome all the panelists. Welcome, all the gentlemen. Yeah, please kindly be seated according to our arrangement. That way, everybody could get more familiar with our speaker and maybe build up some more connections afterwards. All right, so welcome each and every one of you. Let's get started.
Thank you very much. What a thrilling panel we have, so I won't delay because we have an incredibly dynamic group. And without any further ado, let me start with Patrick Zhong, who is the founding managing partner of M31 Capital, a remarkable person, a incredible innovator in finance. And our topic for everybody is how should we move forward with this great business leadership to strengthen the interrelations and the economic dynamism of the GBA-ASEAN connection. So it's a common question for everybody, but each of our members of the panel is representing an astounding cutting edge of this story. So we'll start with Patrick Zhong, please.
And first of all, I'm hugely honored to sit next to Jeff. And you're incredible visionary. You're thinking about the world for the future, and you care about every nation on the planet. So I'm an investor. I'm a little bit different from most of the investors you come across. I travel around the world. I spend 50% of my time in China, another 50% of my time almost in every continent on the planet Earth, except Antarctica. And the one thing I feel very strongly about, that is there are just a few spots in the world they're innovating. Silicon Valley is innovating. And you go to and Middle East, they're trying to innovate. India is innovating. But China, especially this area, is innovating. There's something extremely special about this place is this is the only place in the world where you have hardware, software, supply chain, and AI, and consumer electronics all converge in this place. It's just not about density of the engineers. It's about everything you can think about with innovations. It somehow finds its version here in this place. Still an analog from ChatGPT. Why ChatGPT has been so powerful? Because it has a lot of great data from everything you can think of. And here, this is a place you produce a lot, but you have all the innovations, activities you can think about as far as business is concerned with is right here. And with a great density, with a great competition. But there's one more thing I just want to add. I think most people don't get this. And people think about China, people think about Chinese companies, because I follow the Chinese companies for a long, long time. 20, 30 years ago, the best Chinese companies who do stuff in the world, they make stuff for everybody else. So they're just a cost item for everybody else's balance sheet, the income statement. But today, we have this generation of the best Chinese companies, they're going global. They're going to be responsible for the full stack of the P&L, from the revenue line to the cost line, everything, and your brand as well. And think about the strengths of America and after the war, and there's so many American companies, they started to go global. What did they do? They brought prosperity and the partnerships to around the world. Japan, after the financial crisis in Japan, they also moved out. Today, if you look at large industrial companies in Japan, 60% of their net profit are coming from overseas. So we're going to see tremendous profitability coming out of the best Chinese companies go global. You know who's really close to China is Southeast Asia. So this is a place, it's in everybody's interest. It's not just in China's interest to work together. Because if you catch that train, you're just going to be like the early days, you work with McDonald's, you work with and Coca-Cola, you work with Apple, you can make a great fortune for yourself. So this is a narrative. I don't think people need to be convinced. They needed to see this. This is extremely powerful. There are two big major innovation centers, Silicon Valley and also here. But Silicon Valley is more like a little bit more more for itself. So everybody going there. But for this place, it's going out. That's where the difference is.
We're going to come back and talk about that. I think this is, we're at really a historic cusp, because the opening up of China is not about exports right now. It is about the opening up of new platforms, models, production abroad, capital to put in place that new production. So this is a new phase of China's development, but it also means a new phase for the ASEAN region as well. So this is a great theme. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Pan Liang, the Chief Sustainability Expert at BYD, one of the absolute remarkable companies of the world. So I turn it over to you.
Thank you. I'm really honored to be here. And I met Mr. Sachs, I think 7 months ago. And at that time, I'm also honored to join a conference, a dialogue to SDSN. And I'm the Chief Sustainability Expert from our BYD Sustainability Office. And I promise to Professor, if anything need my support or my office support, like the Great Bay Area, ASEAN dialogue, I'll be very happy to join. And today, please allow me to, not freestyle, because I did some preparation for this panel, and I want to bring much value info to all the audience. Yeah, we BYD founded in 1994, headquartered in the heart of the GBA. BYD has developed a complete industrial chain spanning 4 major sectors: automobiles, rail transit, new energy, and electronics. As a global leader in new energy, we are consistently driven by technological innovation and committed to providing worldwide zero-emission solutions, including pure electric vehicles, solar products, and energy storage systems. Regarding regional cooperation between the Great Bay Area and ASEAN, our journey began in 2013 with the entry of electric buses into Singapore. Since then, we have steadily deepened our collaboration with Asian regions. We have successfully introduced new energy passenger vehicles to markets such as Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia. A significant milestone was reached in 2023 with the establishment of our overseas passenger vehicle manufacturing base in Thailand. This integrated R&D, production, and a sales facility with an annual capacity of 150,000 units services not only the local Thai market, but also acts as a hub for the entire ASEAN region, becoming a crucial pillar in promoting the regional automotive industry's transition to electrification. This technology export plus localized operation model effectively combines the advanced manufacturing capabilities of the Great Bay Area with the market potential of ASEAN. It represents an upgrade from mere product export to production capacity cooperation, and from simple trade to full industrial chain synergy, setting a benchmark for regional green low-carbon transformation and mutual industrial benefits. Thank you.
When we come back, I want to hear details from all of you, because you're just getting us, giving us the warm-up, because it's so exciting to hear. But the spread of electric vehicles, of course, is one of the absolute fundamental pillars of the energy system transformation that the world needs. And this acceleration into large-scale production in ASEAN is also core for the industrial development in ASEAN. So this is extremely exciting as a combination of an industrial advance and, of course, an environmental crucial pillar. And I have some ideas about that that we'll come back to in the next round. Next, we're going to hear from Cheng Shijiang, who is the Chief Cooperation Officer of GuideCo. GuideCo is one of my very favorite organizations in the whole world. the Global Energy Interconnection Development and Cooperation Organization, a fantastic partner of SDSN worldwide and a fantastic partner of the UN system. GuideCo, well, I will let Dr. Chang describe it, but for me, it is absolutely the clearest thinking organization in the world about how actually to make the energy transformation work, because it is a profoundly engineered approach, thinking through what really the power system should look like, how it should be integrated, and what I like about it most is it tells a basic truth, which is if we're going to get this done, it's going to have to be done cooperatively and in an interconnected manner of countries. And this is one of the outcomes of the 47th ASEAN Summit, that there is a commitment in ASEAN to move forward in a true integrated energy system based on the ASEAN Power Grid, or APG, which is the physical interconnection. But now on top of the physical interconnection needs to be the policy interconnection, the market interconnection, the regulatory interconnection, and we always look to GuideCo to tell us how can this be done. So over to you, Dr. Cheng.
好，谢谢萨克斯先生。这个全球能源互联网啊，是2015年9月26号，中国国家主席习近平在联合国高级别峰会上提出，构建全球能源互联网，以绿色发展的模式满足人类对电力的需求。当今世界发展呀，面临多变万化，形势非常严峻，人类面临的资源紧缺、水资源匮乏、能源短缺、等等一系列的问题。所以，习近平主席提出这个倡议，是符合人类发展的需要，符合全人类共同富裕的愿景和目标。那么，我们从当前的数据来分析，发达国家人均用电量达到13000度，发展中国家平均达到3000度左右，而中国的能源电力发展达到了将近7000度左右。那特别是东南亚地区、东盟地区的人均用电量是非常的低，有些人均量还没有突破，有些国家没突破这个1000度，平均东盟地区的用电量在3000度以下，甚至有些国家无电人口还非常的普遍。所以这是摆在我们人类面前面对的一个重要的形势，我们必须破解。用什么破解？就要用全球能源互联网的概念理念，实现共享、共赢、共发展的这么个机制。这也就是习近平主席提出来全球治理和全球倡议的一个有效行动。而这个组织在2016年由中国的大型企业、龙头企业大型企业所指的就是一些重要的能源电力的国有企业，还有我们中国的龙头企业，像比亚迪隆基宁德时代等等，都是这个组织的第一批会员单位。经过这个10年这个倡议的发展，组织成立到现在是9年，我们在全球5大洲设立了7个区域办公室、6个区域委员会、20个国家委员会、75个国家代表处。也就是在全球各地，我们的组织架构和我们的团队已经深耕，有效地推动能源的可持续发展。同时的这个组织呢，会员单位现在覆盖全球140个国家，1400家会员。而我们这个组织的总部就在中国的北京，我们吸纳了来自于全球各地的科学家、工程师、研究者、管理者 参与到这个全球能源互联网发展合作组织这个队伍当中。特别是我们这个组织在全球有吸纳了全球非常有科学经验的科学家、工程师，特别是在国际上非常有影响力的，像萨克斯这样的著名的经济学家和社会科学家，也是我们这个合作组织的叫专家委员会的主席。萨克斯先生刚才也说了，我们和 SDSN 在国际上有很多的合作，特别是我们在东盟地区，我们开展了东盟地区的能力建设的培训工作，还有在东盟的能力以及清洁能源和电网的发展规划。我们去年和萨克斯先生一起商量，和东盟能效中心和马来西亚，我们开始研究东盟地区的电力如何的发展。我们这个发展规划已经现在成型，准备我们在泽基也发展。我们呢，同时和东盟地区呢，和联合国亚太经社委和东盟的马来西亚、越南，还有这个泰国等相关的国家也开展这个能源建设的活动。这个组织呢，是一个平台型、智库型、合作型的一个国际组织。尽管我们属于非政府组织，但是我们的重要的合作和联合国现在有20个国际组织签署了合作协议，我们也是相关联合国机构的战略合作伙伴，同时也是它的资商地位单位。那么我们也和非洲、拉美、亚洲、欧洲这些区域间的政府也展开了合作，和全球有50个国家签署了能源电力的合作以及研究的这个方案推动计划。所以我们这个组织呢，是一个推动能源转型、绿色低碳发展、清洁资源开发的一个国际化的一个专业机构。那么我们同时呢，在国际上也推动一个是项目的合作一些重点大型的水电站电网的改造包括我们一些电力系统的调度的设计智能化的改造第二一个呢，我们是在全球有3大机制，就是能力建设培训机制。这个能力建设培训机制，我们和 SDSN、联合国经社委、联合国规划署、联合国气候公约处等，我们成立了全球能源转型与能源电力的专业培训机制，这也是一个国际化的机制。同时呢，我们又承担着"一带一路"能源电力互联互通的工作机制。另外，我们还承担了政府间的清洁能源部长机制的能源电力互联互通的秘书处。所以我们也希望通过我们组织的有效合作愿意为东盟地区和大湾区促进合作。因为大湾区呢，技术领先，是一个创新型的城市依托深圳的这个发展经验，有中国各地乃至来自于全世界的一些科学者一些投资者、一些管理者都在这个地区。所以我运用我们的研究成果和大湾区的合作，更好的来推动东盟地区的能源可持续发展，促进人类的和平共享，推动全球能源治理。谢谢。
Thank you very much. It's so important, this integration work that GuideCo is doing. And next we'll hear about another part of the smart green economy value chain, and that is the role of batteries and other technologies that are being brought to us by Gangfeng Lithium Group. And we're lucky to have the Vice Chairman and President, Dr. Wang Xiaoshen. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sachs. I get to know Professor a couple months ago through Patrick in Shanghai. Yeah, it's just not long ago. Yeah, I think I was in Hong Kong yesterday, and I was fully agree with Professor's speech, the keynote speech, about what all about today is about energy transition and digitalization. Ganfeng Lithium established in the year of 2000. So after 25 years, we grew, I think, at least more than 1,000 times. Professor just mentioned Shenzhen, 40 years growth 1,000 times. At 25 years, our revenue was just 10 million RMB. So 25 years later, maybe several thousand times already, Ganfeng Lithium now developed. So we have now, globally, we have from 25 people in the year 2000, now we have more than 16,000 people, employees globally. Yeah. So through the 25 years, if you look at the reason why Ganfeng Lithium can develop so quickly, so rapidly, I think all about the energy transition. I remember 20 years ago, and when I get to the United States, and the immigration officer asked, "What are you doing?" I'm the lithium company. He said, "What?" Then I said, "Oh, the lithium battery." Then they understood. If you talk about the lithium 20 years ago, or even maybe 15 years ago, not many people heard about that. So now it's becoming the key for the energy transition and even the digitalization. Because everyone has the cell phone. Everyone probably have the iPad or laptop. So this is has the lithium battery inside. So this is all the digitalization is mobilization. Lithium is the key elements. So, and also the energy transition. If you look at the power supply through the last 20 years or 2 decades, is we have more and more renewables. So from the supply side, it has been shifting from only the fossil fuel now to of course, we also have the nuclear, but the more and more, especially the solar and the wind. So this renewable energies, there's an issue which is not consistent. So you need the energy storage. So lithium batteries plays the important role for the energy storage. So that's why today, we're not only producing the lithium chemicals for producing the batteries, we also produce batteries ourselves, but also we develop the energy storage stations ourselves. So we build up our ecosystem from the resource end all the way down to the final end users. So I'm very happy today we have colleagues from BYD. We are the supplier of the BYD of the lithium, but also we do the recycling, for the battery recycling for BYD. So we have very close relationship, and we are now, BYD also in Latin America. Ganfeng has a strong presence in Argentina. So this is the area which is also very interesting. Because the remote area, there's not enough power supply. So one of our projects, we have to build our own solar power generations and energy storage, together with the energy storage. We think this is probably the model we like to copy or expand it to the other part of the world. We are already doing in Africa. We also have the lithium mine there, and also we're building the solar powers together with the energy storage for the local communities. So this is all about the brief introduction of what we are. Yeah.
Could you say a word about the company's involvement in ASEAN region? Are there lithium mines that are important in the region at all, or your operations?
Yeah, we do have operations, and also we talk about the topic of the conference is about the trade, finance, and the sustainable development. So we already have some trade. We have a trading office in Singapore, and doing some trading for the raw materials currently, but in the future we're also doing for the batteries. And we do have some battery manufacturer subsidiaries in the GBA. We have production in Dongguan, Huizhou, and we also have subsidiaries in Shenzhen. Is doing the energy storage developments inside China. We are also now expanding our business outside China for energy storage in Europe, Australia, and also we are very interested in the ASEAN for energy storage. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I want to go back to Patrick. You're traveling around the world looking for investment opportunities, but also comparing what's happening in different places in the world in how innovation is taking place and how it's shaping up. And I wonder if you could give us some insight into what you see comparatively and what you see as special features here. I think you mentioned, for example, if I interpret correctly, because of the production here, AI data for production purposes will be more advanced here than any place else. So the use of AI for production is probably will be uniquely advancing in China's own context. When I visited the Longji production facility outside of Shanghai, every machine, it's all automated. There are very few people inside this giant factory, but every machine has an AI system attached to it. So these are very smart machines, and they're doing all the monitoring, the evaluation. So the feedback and the learning is already incorporated into the production cycle. So I would like your, with your investor hat on, what you see as most exciting in this, and also link it to the ASEAN opportunities.
So if we just kind of take a walk through the innovation landscape in the world, maybe starting with Europe, I was just there. It's challenging there because I think there is a problem with over-regulation, just way too much regulation and the layers of regulation. If you talk to the entrepreneurs, they don't have money and they have to figure out the regulation. And I think the only exciting area is defense. Other than that, I think is challenging. But there are really a lot of smart people in Europe. So I think the key to address there is about regulation. If you go to the Middle East, I was there last week, it's incredibly positive. You know, it's an interesting thing. People think about the countries like Saudi Arabia and the UAE. You always think about, oh, you have so much fossil fuel, so that's why you're really rich. No, it's not. And when you talk to, for example, I had a conversation with one of the finance ministers from Europe. It's one of the leading countries there. And he says, actually, what's really amazing about these countries, the Gulf states, is that they are so strong with energy transition, doing renewables. It's among the renewables they have is more than, actually, if you do the DCF, the value, Asian exercise, more than everything else they already had. So that's why they're incredibly and optimistic for the future. And then you go to the U.S. U.S. with AI, everybody's spending money in AI, in data centers. It's created so much growth. So that's why if you look at the GDP growth in the U.S., about a third came from AI-related stuff. But there's something I think what you alluded to, Jeff, implicitly. I think that's important for all of us to remember. I think with American investors, people are looking for the highest return. So there is a famous line, software eats the world. You like that kind of a business model because there is no ceiling for your growth. With data business, the margins are quite high and all that good stuff. But the problem is there's a big gap of how do you translate that to the real world. That part is missing. I'm talking about infrastructure. I'm talking about making hardware-related products. Now we're arriving here, and people say, okay, it's a tremendous place. You have the convergence of everything. there's another part I think people missing big time is the younger generation of entrepreneurs here. They don't just do the stuff other people do. They start to do the stuff other people haven't done. This is what I like the most. The true entrepreneurs, you must be trailblazers. What does that mean? You must help create new reality for the world. This is what Steve Jobs has done. The world didn't need to have a smartphone, but he invented a smartphone, and with a smartphone, how much has changed? And actually, the whole development process for electric vehicles is very similar to developing mobile phones. But what is electric vehicle? Is an electric vehicle just electricity-powered vehicles? That's the difference, as opposed to the traditional petrol cars? No, it's not. This is a decentralized distribution of energy. This is a moving robots. And there are a lot of stuff you can build with this. This is what this thing is all about. It's not just about electricity, but you need to have infrastructure to support that. But the reason why, when Jeff asked me to do something, I'm very happy to sit next to him, because he doesn't just think about a particular country. He thinks about how the world is going to be at 10 years, 20 years, and 50 years down the road. Let me share with you. And being an investor, you have to think about the world with different scenarios. You don't think the world just manifests itself in one scenario. There are many, many scenarios. Let me give you a really kind of mind-boggling scenario. China and the US, given everything they have, they're growing really fast. In 15 years from now, don't be surprised that these two countries could command 60% of the GDP for the world. Today it's 45%. And there's also something called 80-20 rule, the Pareto rule. What about these two countries have 80% of the GDP for the world? Would that happen? Slim chance, but there is such a real scenario. All right, so how do we organize the world? You also said, there's a very important line. You just said, at the beginning of your speech, you said the future has arrived, but it's not distributed evenly. For us to really, we all share, we live in this planet Earth. I think this time, for Chinese investors, for Chinese business leaders, for Chinese innovators, you need to start to think about how can we help the world to build the world to be a better place. It's not just I'm selling to the world. I need to build the world a better place. And with the products I have, not just selling, you have to think about how, for example, in Africa, we've been talking about, how do you actually bring energy to people? And so they have a little bit of energy, and then they can buy a fan, they can buy a refrigerator, they started to enjoy all this kind of modern benefits of internet access, but with all these AI models doing the magical stuff, how can you bring medical services and education to people? That's what we should be thinking about. And with this, there's a tremendous amount of growth opportunities for the Chinese companies based here, and also for everybody else. That's what we need. We need, the future is arriving, but we also need this thing to be more evenly distributed. So don't just think about country as opposed to country. Think about, if you're an entrepreneur, how to build a stuff like that's going to benefit more people. That's a sustainability in my view.
Very powerful, and thank you very much. I'd like to ask Dr. Pan, BYD is a remarkable company. It's jumped to the forefront of the world in electric vehicles, but it's also very much integrated in the whole energy transformation. As you say, it's about clean energy, it's about the full value chains, it's about the electrification of transport. Could you share with us a bit of your vision of where you think, when we're together on the panel in 10 years, we're going to be in terms of this future that is being built and that BYD is building?
Okay. I think here I prepared three chances for the future when we talk to deepening business cooperation between the GBA and ASEAN. First, the green low-carbon transition offers substantial collaborative potential. ASEAN countries are actively advancing their energy structure transformation, while the GBA possesses distinct advantages in new energy technology, equipment, manufacturing, and financial support. Thailand's target for EVs to comprise 30% of its total vehicle production by 2030, for instance, creates a vast market for our new energy vehicle manufacturers and supply chains. Second, the deep integration of the digital economy will unlock new growth avenues. ASEAN's rapidly growing digital economy strongly complements the Great Bay Area's technological application in like 5G, cloud computing, and smart cities. Our Shenzhen has developed mature solutions and a complete industrial chain in the field of new energy plus intelligent connected vehicles, laying a solid foundation for participating in ASEAN's intelligent transportation infrastructure development. Third, institutional dividends from regional trade agreements continue to emerge. Provisions like cumulative rules of origin in the RCEP agreement effectively promote industrial chain integration in high-end manufacturing sectors, such as semiconductors and power batteries between the Great Bay Area and ASEAN. BYD's establishment of a localized supply chain in Thailand, encompassing battery pack and motor assembly, exemplified the practical application of these opportunities. Yeah. That's my point of view. Thanks.
Thank you. And I think one very important idea there is that, as Patrick said, electric vehicles are not only vehicles that happen to run on electricity. They're a completely new technology. And what you have reminded us, Dr. Pan, is they're also connected with the design of the cities. The vehicles themselves are connected, and they're part of a smart city design. So they're part of a digital city, a part of an electrified transport system, and really, I hope we can take advantage of this project to think about the future of cities as an integrated whole. And this, because there's so much wisdom here, but also these technologies are not standalone plugins. They are actually building a whole ecosystem of our daily lives. I have to say, as an American, it's a little sad for me thinking about the situation in the United States, because as this is advancing, we recently had the CEO of Ford Motor Company saying, we're scrapping our electric vehicle line because we think the market for EVs is going to go down from 10% to 5%. Even while in Asia, it's going to rise from 50% to almost 100%. In other words, sometime the United States is going to wake up in 5 or 10 or 20 years and say, oh my God, now we're 25 years behind. We were just 5 years behind. Now we're 25 years behind. So this is partly what we're actually hearing in this panel right now, just to add my little footnote to this. Dr. Cheng, I wonder if you could give us your sense of 10 years from now of where we're going to be.
人类啊对电力的需求啊是无限的。目前呢，我们无论是开展这个 AI 技术的发展，还是我们推动社会经济的发展，电力是人类发展的核心要素，就相当于我们人身上的血液一样。没有能源的血液，我们这个社会发展，我们这个世界发展肯定是无序的。在中国，国家习近平主席多次强调推出全球治理建设人类命运共同体的理念。特别是能源电力现在的技术发展，尤其是中国，在全世界应该是走在前茅前列。那么中国有大批的科学家、能源电力的先进人才和应用场景和技术。那我们再回溯一下中国改革开放经过这几十年的发展，成功的经验主要是有交通基础设施的建设，迅速的发展，使这个国家呢各个方面都得到了一个畅通的交通体系机制，满足社会的需要。第二，这个国家中国这个国家呢，在能源电力上第一次在改革与发展当中是走在世界前茅。特别是大家要想一想，中国的这个能源资源禀赋情况是西部、北部是腹地的地方，而东南部是资源匮乏的地方。我们要把能源从西部、北部输送到南面去，这是有非常的挑战。而特别是中国的煤炭是中国的主要能源之一，所以呢，中国就要在能源电力方面要破局，要革自己的命推动绿色低碳发展。就是我们要迎合世界发展的潮流的同时，我们自己要推动这方面的事业是更清洁、更绿色。所以中国的电力，大家在看，从来没有我们在大城市看过有停电的现象，但是也有正常的检修。电力的传递速度是每秒钟32万公里，而中国的换电技术是0.01秒0.1016这个秒，就是你眼睛没眨嘛，这换电就解决了。所以在中国现在应用场景，你没有看到有停电的地方。所以而我们合作组织呢，就是致力于把清洁能源的先进技术和理念和投资的合作共建这么一个平台，让全世界的人人都有电用，让全世界的人在今后未来的发展当中用到的都是清洁能源，这样我们的天蓝地绿我们的环境更好。我们在这同一个地球村上，我们就共同发展，推动了和平的发展，带动了经济的发展。而这个清洁能源发展的潜力是巨大的。据我们推算，在未来10年到20年之内，我们能源电力为世界的经济贡献量将达到40万亿美元的这么一个数字，是可大的，从而拉动了能源技术的革命，对 AI 技术和数字化的发展提供了永续的能源的保障。我认为未来的世界发展是非常美好的，但是需要我们在座的每一个人通过我们从节约能源的利用，通过我们把每一个能源每一个节点的连接，才能连接得好。我们最近合作组织研究出了一个报告，就是全球南方国家的能源电力可持续发展行动方案。我们在今年的7月份在联合国发布了这个报告，我们和 SDSN 一起，同时我们也和萨克斯先生 SDSN 呢研究了未来能源可持续发展的20项行动倡议，由这个萨克斯先生和我们新保安主席共同把这份倡议已经呈送给古特雷斯先生，也得到了联合国很多机构的支持。我觉得我们未来的发展，只要解决了能源的问题，我们技术的标准、 装备的应用、投融资的机制这些问题，来更好的一起来携手推动我们能源的发展。谢谢。
Phenomenal. And I'm going to ask the same question of Dr. Wang about looking to the future. And if you could actually I'd like to ask you a question of, will large-scale batteries be the key energy storage for solar power in the world in the end? So grid-scale, massive battery installations, do you think that this will prove to be the winning technology to provide the energy storage for a high solar penetration in the world power system?
I do believe, and actually it's already happening in China and outside China as well. If you look at China, for the energy storage, I would say majority are based on the lithium batteries energy storage system. So this is already proved is the most efficient and competitive in cost. So that's why, as also thanks to the cost of the batteries coming down 80% from some years ago. I remember 2010 when Ganfeng was first listed in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, and one of the investors asked me, do you think what will be the future for the lithium battery? At that time, I remember the CEO of GM said to the investor, oh, you want us to build battery EV. Your battery cost needs to come down from $1,000 per kilowatt hours to $500 per kilowatt hour. Now it's 50. So we already achieved that goal. There is no other excuse to not doing EV, electrical vehicles. So I think also Dr. Chen mentioned that in the coming years, we believe the global will have a big potential to develop the electricity networks. And I believe in the future there will be more scenarios, as Patrick talked about the scenarios, and more scenarios becoming available or becoming achievable 10 years from now. Because lithium battery actually is the energy storage device. So we still want to build more higher energy density, which can elaborate more scenarios, could use the lithium battery. For instance, we are now developing and we already commercialized this solid-state battery, lithium batteries, so which can double the energy density than current liquid form. So in China, recently already launching the policies or promotions for, we call it, lower altitude economy. So this is including the drones, including the electrical airplanes. So I have a dream, maybe 10 years from now, the people, every household is not only have a car only cover 100 kilometers. But for longer distance and faster, every household will have a VTOL, which is like electrical airplane, which is faster, and with the electrical is much cleaner, much less noisy than the current helicopters, and much safer as well. That's my dream.
Absolutely amazing. Can I ask you another technical question? It was said 10 years ago that batteries would be the way for light-duty vehicles, but you would need some kind of maybe hydrogen fuel cells or something for heavy vehicles because the batteries were too bulky. Is that changing also so that trucking and long-distance trucking and so forth will be battery, or will there still be an important hydrogen dimension, do you think?
Yeah, I think in the heavy-duty trucks, electrification is happening very fast, especially this year. The growth more than 100% in China. One of the reasons is much cheaper because it's the commercial applications. So the owners wants to have economics. And the battery electrical heavy-duty trucks is much cheaper and cleaner than the diesel. So it's already happening, but of course there's still room to improve the energy density of the batteries, which will increase the electrical heavy-duty trucks can load more materials. So that's I think it's that's happening. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I told you we were here to already see the future that's happening. I think you'll agree with me, this panel is absolutely extraordinary and helped us to see the future. Please give a big round of applause.
All right, so shall we together get for a group picture for our first round of the panel discussion? And thank you for all our speakers for this round to assist us to foresee the future altogether. Thank you once again. Yeah, very inspiring sharing from different perspectives. And today we discussed together about the business pathways that can contribute to our development altogether throughout the GBA and also ASEAN countries. And thank you for offering a snapshot of our GBA's momentum throughout your sharing. Thank you. All right, so thank you for all our panelists. Very fruitful talking, discussing. Indeed, so just now we've talked about the regional's comprehensive industrial ecosystem that could provide us the perfect springboard for the digitalization and also for the energy transition. And meanwhile, we also heard our speakers once again highlight the catalytic role of our industry association in steering the collective efforts that we are trying to build together. And we are also really glad to see that the leading energy enterprises are already pioneering the strategic developments across our ASEAN nations to laying the groundwork for a deeper regional integration. So really glad to see all those good things. And we are really eager to work on well with each other in order to build on some more collaborative efforts altogether. So ladies and gentlemen, here comes the first part of our this morning sharing, and we are going to leave you a bit of time for you to have a tea break. Please come back to our venue at 11:45 for another panel, and we are going to kick off our lunch buffet at around 12:45. So please note that our hotel needs to be checked out by 12 o'clock. So if you haven't bring your luggage out your room, you can help yourself and enjoy the time. All right, so see you in a short bit. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session of our today's conference will be start very soon. please kindness come over to our ball and let's please get ready. Ladies and gentlemen, our sharing will be start immediately. Let us please kindly be seated and get ready. It's almost the time for us to kick off our next panel discussion. So let's once again make sure we have switched our mobile phone into the silent or vibrate mode. Please get ready. All right, so welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So glad to see all of you are mix and mingle, right? Building up strong connections, strong partnerships. Well, indeed. All right, so here comes our next session of our this morning's conference arrangement. So just now, we've heard a lot of practical sharing from our partners coming from all over the world. And it provides us a very powerful blueprint of the business world. So here, we will also like to take the global sustainable into our consideration around our development process. So here comes another crucial conversation, a United Asia for Sustainable Development. And as for this panel discussion, we would like to welcome Mr. Guillaume Lafortune, the Vice President of the SDSN, to host this round. Welcome. And meanwhile, let's please welcome our panelist, Mr. Sidar Chatterjee, the United Nations Resident Coordinator in China, who will bring the overarching UN perspective on the development cooperation. And please also welcome Ms. Gitar Sabharbar, the United Nations Resident Coordinator in Indonesia. She will offer us very crucial insights from the world's largest ASEAN economy. And please welcome Professor Zhang Jianyu, Executive Director of BRI Green Development Institute, providing us the expertise on aligning major initiatives with green goals. So welcome, four of you, and let us learn more.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for the kind introduction, and it's my great pleasure to moderate this panel, which is indeed about a united Asia for sustainable development. So it's my great privilege to moderate the panel, and I'm being joined here by two UN resident coordinators for China and for Indonesia, but also by the executive director of the BRI Green Development Institute. And I think we'll speak over the next hour about SDG progress, about partnerships and investments for sustainable development. So I'm very excited about this panel, and perhaps to echo the words of Chairman Chao this morning, there's a lot of excitement, a lot of smiling in this room, which is really energizing. I haven't seen on my side such an energizing conference in a long while, perhaps because I spend a little bit too much time in Brussels or Paris these days. So perhaps to set the scene, at SDSN, we publish each year an annual report, which is the Sustainable Development Report, which essentially tracks the performance of all the 193 UN member states on the SDGs. And the last report, of course, prepared under the guidance and leadership of Professor Sachs, was released last June. And there were a few findings which I think are interesting to begin our conversation. The first one is that 10 years into the SDGs, less than 20% right now of the targets are on track to be achieved. This is the average at the global level. And I think what's interesting is between the SDSN assessment and the assessment from the UN Statistics Department, there's actually a lot of convergence. This is also the number that UNSD comes up with, less than 20% on average globally. Now, this global average actually masks very different realities across countries and across regions. And what we find in this report actually is when we look at the various regions around the world, East and South Asia is actually the region that has progressed the most towards this agenda since 2015. Of course, East and South Asia is also a vast region. together, I mean, South Asia and East Asia represent in our report about 4 billion population. So this is a very large regional group with different realities, of course, culture, philosophy, religions, and history. So I think today will be interesting to reflect perhaps on, of course, the progress made by the region. And I would love to hear from our panelists today about perhaps some of the lessons learned and some of the inspiration that we can get from the region. Then perhaps think also about the regional implications and perhaps the challenges and the opportunities also for further integration within Asia. And then perhaps also think globally about the contribution that this region can make to advance the SDGs within Asia, but also beyond Asia by 2030, and hopefully also beyond. So perhaps we'll start with you, Siddharth. You are the UN resident coordinator in China. You have a very long UN and diplomatic experience in various countries. I think people know the UN, but not necessarily specifically the role of a UN resident coordinator. So perhaps you could share a little bit, and then we'll move also to Gita, but a little bit about what you do specifically as a UN resident coordinator. And perhaps we heard this morning about the long experience, of course, in China around 5 years plan. Perhaps some of the work that you are doing right now in this context in China to advance sustainable development.
Well, first of all, as the UN resident coordinator to China, I want to welcome all those people who've come to Shenzhen, because Shenzhen is the very epitome of China's success story. So here is the story. Back in 1978, this month, Deng Xiaoping visited Singapore. So when I was hearing Alan Chan speak, and it was there that in a conversation with Lee Kuan Yew, that a decision was taken that China wanted to replicate the model of Singapore. So the first city that was selected for it was actually Shenzhen. So those of you who've had an opportunity to travel to Shenzhen can see there are many things in common. And therefore, you know, what Shenzhen reflects, which was a tiny fishing village not too long ago, has transformed itself, exponentially. And there are three things fundamentally that made it happen. First is there was extreme political will, which made that transformation happen. Second was the right public policies that were put in place. And third is the kind of partnerships that were forged. So me, in my role as the UN resident coordinator, the UN appeared in China in 1979 for the first time. So we were a net aid provider. We were to provide aid and food and ideas on how China could actually get out of the poverty trap when 90% of the population lived in extreme poverty, and the per capita GDP was about $180, which is perhaps half that of most of the neighboring countries around, and perhaps many African countries too. China's per capita GDP was much lower. So the role of the UN resident coordinator is really to galvanize the entire United Nations system to align with the objectives and the development ambitions of a nation state. And that is what we do as resident coordinators, is to bring the UN system together and focus it, align it with the objectives of the country. So in my case now, it is to see how best we can support. We've come to the end of the 14th five-year plan, and how do we support the 15th five-year plan? How do we support China's ambition of achieving a moderately prosperous society by 2035, where they want to lift another 400 million people into the middle class category? They already have 400 million to about 800 million. How do we help them in their objectives for achieving carbon peaking and carbon neutrality by 2030 and 2060 respectively? What do we do about the rapid demographic transition which is happening, the rapid aging? What does it mean in terms of public health? What does it mean to look at the overall ecosystem in which China's experiences can also be shared with the global south? And therefore the GBA itself, or the Greater Bay Area, is where the greatest transformation is actually happening. So this entire ecosystem of the Greater Bay Area. So I'm really pleased that this partnership with ASEAN is actually making a convergence, where Jeff talked about 700 million people in ASEAN. And when you combine that with China and many others, this is where the future markets are going to be. And I recall Ambassador Kishore Mehbubani, another famous Singaporean, said that if there is one organization which is perhaps headed for a Nobel Prize, it is ASEAN. it is really picking up some of the characteristics of what you see in the European Union, etc. But one thing which is absolutely critical in our role as the UN Resident Coordinator is to respond to the reforms that the Secretary General has launched, and how do we make the United Nations system fit for purpose, and to retrieve ourselves from the maps of 1945. And that is why, if you see, we are experiencing a tumultuous period in multilateralism. And what do we do to kind of really make it agile and much more fit for purpose? And how does the UN really respond to the ambitions of the last person on this planet? And that is where I think there is a lot of work that needs to be done by us. And so as the UN Resident Coordinator, this is precisely what we try and do.
Wonderful. Thank you, Siddharth. And perhaps, Geeta, you could also comment also on this and talk about your role as resident coordinator also in Indonesia and in advancing sustainable development.
Thank you very much. It's great to be sitting with my colleague from China. And as resident coordinators, I want to just add 3-4 elements to what Sid said. The first thing is we lead, we coordinate, we convene stakeholders, right? That's extremely critical. We bring the UN system together to reimagine this bold shift in UN's roles in countries, especially in middle-income countries like Indonesia. Business as usual is no longer going to work, right? And what is this bold shift that we are reimagining? We took a strategic decision together with the government that as the UN, we would align fully behind national plans, priorities, and the President's vision, which is set out in the Astachata, right? And the President talks about the quick wins, which I'm going to come to in slightly slower time. The cooperation framework, which is our blueprint for a partnership with the government, with private sector, with civic stakeholders, is premised on 3 transformative outcomes. We talk and want to deliver at scale by investing in human capital, extremely critical in the short run. This is what is going to get us returns in a context like Indonesia, because it will unlock the potential and reduce inequalities. Secondly, we are going to be scaling up the whole decarbonization, climate, and resilience agenda, which Professor Sachs has been speaking to since yesterday, right? And this is about safeguarding the future. And thirdly, it is about investing in economic and digital transformation. It's about connectivity, which is what drives inclusive growth, right? I mean, we all are aware of this. I want to go back to the point that you raised about SDGs. In the context of Indonesia, data tells us 62% of the indicators are on track. None of the goals are moving in the wrong direction. This is true largely for ASEAN as well, right? None of the goals are moving in the wrong direction, which means that our agenda is one of accelerating indicators, right? And this is important because this is where UN's comparative advantage comes in. How do we bring to bear the set of integrated policies, financing, technology, and technical support for accelerating SDGs? I want to speak to 3 things that we are doing, just to give you an example of what we as resident coordinators do and what the UN does in countries. The President has a nutritious meals program, very ambitious, the largest nutritious meals program aiming to reach 82 million children, school children, pregnant mothers, lactating mothers, and infants. They've currently, in 1 year, reached 31 million children. We as the UN system are not in the implementation of the school's meals program, but we step in with very targeted technical assistance to figure out what is the model for reaching remote regions and islands, right? Because you want this nutritious meals program working in those areas. Secondly, we are stepping in to strengthen the local supply chains for food, for local foods, such as sago in the eastern part of the country. How do you get the people who produce sago hooked up to the supply chains for the nutritious meals program, as an example. Thirdly, we use technology to figure out what's the best location for community kitchens, because you want these community kitchens servicing an area, right? So we figure out what's the best location for these kind of community kitchens. We also get into helping MOUs between farmers and the nutritious meals program, the community kitchens, for long-term orders. And this means that you're investing in the resilience of communities, right? That means monies go back into these communities, and it strengthens not just the social network, but the economic networks in the area. The second example that I want to speak to, and this goes to, how do you land technology? Expensive technology down at the grassroots. We all are aware of sustainable agriculture, and we all know that this is a region this is an area which requires acceleration. It's one of the indicators that needs major acceleration. As the UN system, we are leveraging government's program, which is a rice insurance mechanism for small and marginal farmers, aligning behind that to reach 500,000 rice farmers with climate-smart agricultural practices. This means introducing renewables for irrigation, low-cost technology for managing resources, such as fertilizers, water, amongst others, and thirdly, introducing biofortified rice seeds, which improves the nutritional value of rice. Right? This requires resources, because these are all small and marginal farmers. Where do the resources come from? We as a UN system are de-risking this investment, right? Which is led by a private sector player. We leverage the UN for that, which allows small loans to be made to these 500,000 farmers to scale up climate-smart practices. Again, just an idea of how you land technology down to the people that matter the most. And my final example, and I want to speak more to this, is innovative financing. From where we sit, our analysis tells us financing is one of the binding constraints for accelerating SDGs. In the context of Indonesia, $1.7 trillion is the financing gap for SDGs. Public resources is not going to be able to fill this gap. We need to unlock private capital. We need to be talking to players like M31, Patrick Zong, amongst others, to figure out how do we unlock private capital. The UN is stepping into this space and has been in this space for the past 5 years. We work very closely with the Ministry of Finance to look at bonds, the bond market, the sovereign bond market, sustainability-linked SDG bonds, blue bonds, green sukuks, which have helped us mobilize close to $12.6 billion. Still small, right? Given the 1.7 trillion gap that we have. But we are in that space wanting to use our deep technical expertise in framing these bonds, monitoring of the results that it contributes to, and now working with the private sector, with the corporates, to see how a partnership, our soft power that we bring to bear, can help private sector unlock this capital, because that's the scale at which we need to be working. So I'm going to pause there and hand it back to you.
No, thank you so much, Geeta. I think you've fairly clearly articulated the role that UNRCs plays in terms of coordination. You mentioned de-risking, financing as well. As a footnote on my side, just when I think about Indonesia and the SDGs, I think it's interesting to see that 10 years into the SDGs, Indonesia is one of the 10 countries around the world that has issued 4 voluntary national reviews. So back in 2015, when countries agreed on this agenda, there was this idea that roughly 40 countries every year would come in front of the international community and present their action plans and monitoring frameworks for the SDGs. I would like to be able to say that this is, 4 times, 2 times more than the number of VNRs presented by the United States. But unfortunately, and I'm pretty good with data, but I cannot multiply 0 by anything. The US remains one of the 3 countries in the world that never issued, up until now, a voluntary national review. Let's move to you, Professor Zhang. You are the executive director, of course, of the Belt and Road Initiative Green Development Institute. It's been mentioned, by Gita, also at SDSN, we tend to think that the SDGs are largely an investment agenda into human capital, into infrastructure, natural and business capital. And the Belt and Road Initiative, announced by President Xi back in 2013, invests, I believe, in more than 140 countries, and I think you have now cumulative engagement that exceeds $1 trillion USD globally. You will, of course, correct me or add to these numbers in a second, but can you tell us about the work that you do at the BRI Green Development Institute, and perhaps how you help advance access to low carbon digital technologies across Asia and globally as well?
Sure. Well, thank you very much for inviting me to this meeting. And I'm really, really excited, not only because, with a room of the brain power and the enthusiasm that was expressed by the previous speakers, but also, very honored to be on the panel with really 2 very distinguished experts, the 2 UN resident coordinators, 2 of the largest countries. I think one of the population for the Muslims, one of the largest countries with the population. But actually, I'm more excited. I want to share with you the news just came out, and just really want to congratulate the organizer for this meeting. What an auspicious timing that you picked for this meeting. President Xi just announced that the 2026 APEC meeting will be held here in Shenzhen in November 2026. I think we should really give a round of applause to Shenzhen. And what a timing, in terms of in the midst of the global chaos and the role that China can play. I think the 2026 APEC meeting will be really significant. And I think all of us should grasp this opportunity and make our respective contribution to this. You asked me the question about the BRI, but I actually want to start a little bit with the personal journey that I've gone through myself. Because I say it led by example, start talking about, back to 1978 of how Shenzhen was picked by Deng Xiaoping as the city for innovation. And again, think about, 2026, what a great, more innovation that Shenzhen can contribute to this. I was born in 1972. That was the time when Madame Brundtland's report was published. That was the idea SDG was introduced. I started my work in 1992 when the real meeting was held. I went to my first real SDG meeting in 2012 when Rio Plus 20 was held, and we're here working for the Green BRI. And also I really want to thank for the UN system, because I used to actually be housed by CSAT. I'm still on the board of Congo, China Association of International NGO Cooperation. That's also one of the key outcome from the UN cooperation, UNDP cooperation, was then the Ministry of Commerce, one of the fruit that was born through that cooperation. And gee, what a great contribution the UN system has made here in China in fostering the NGO community. I talk about my personal journey because, I was the chief representative of the US-based one of the largest US environmental organization, Environment Defense Fund, in China for 22 years. And I left that and came to work for BRIGC in 2021. And I sort of basically illustrate my career saying that it's in 2 parts. The first 20 years, I was working to learn from the US, learn from the advanced system and how to green China. But I really want to contribute my next 20 years to green the world. The Green BRI. That's exactly the institution I work for is for. So thank you very much for that brief introduction. Yes, the idea of Green BRI was personally announced by President Xi in 2017. And actually it was joint launch, my institution was joint launch between UNEP, then UNEP, Eric Sorham, and the Chinese government in 2019 during the second BRI summit. And I think BRI itself, particularly the Green BRI, has become a major force in facilitating, contributing, and I would even say securing the SDG goals for the world. If you look at the BRI countries, more than 60% of the global carbon emission, but also bear in mind, has many of the countries that are still going through their industrialization process, which means that if we don't do the good work, their emission will still going to rise because they're going to go through this plateau peaking stage and then coming down. And if we're really serious about the 2050, the global carbon neutrality goal that the UN, the Secretary General has been emphasizing one time after the other, that I think we really need to get ourselves together. I mean, working on this. And I would argue the Green BRI could really make a material contribution to this because, let me just give you two things that we have done to illustrate that. One is we are the one who made the recommendation to the Chinese government that was announced by President Xi on September 22nd in 2021 that China will stop building coal-fired power plants overseas. What a significant contribution China has made. And that arguably has started the whole journey of the renewable energy development, particularly in the developing countries and the BRI countries. And second is that we launched something called, thank you very much for mentioning about the finance, something called the GBA, which stands for Green Investment Finance Partnership, that coordinates all of the major outgoing financial institutions like China Development Bank, Import-Export Bank, and Sucre Fund, and most of the construction companies, China Construction Corporation, Power China, and so on and so forth, and also the service companies like Sinosure, CICC, and those, and to coordinate all of their forces together in the new era of the BRI development that China is going through from just a EPCer, a builder of the larger investment infrastructure projects, to technology exporter that China right now contributes more than 70%, 80% of the global wind power and solar panels, as we all know. But now China becomes also a contributor on the financial aspect of the greening the BRI. President Xi announced in 2023 during the third BRI summit that China will offer $100 billion to support more than 1,000 small and impactful projects, most of them in the area of the green, to support the new era of the BRI development, which President Xi characterized as the golden era of the BRI development. So I'll stop here, but you can tell how excited I am, on this panel, but linking of the past and also the future.
And we'll go back to the future in a second and about those golden years in a second. But perhaps we can go back to you, Siddharth. So we started from, of course, the Chinese, the Indonesian perspective, but I think this panel also wants to think regionally across Asia. Could you give us also your perspective from a UN resident coordinator perspective? How do you coordinate with the rest of your colleagues, but also how do you see where do you see the perspective for further integration and collaborations within Asia?
Perhaps I'll start on a slightly somber note. For the first time post the Second World War, we are experiencing an interlocking crisis that the world has never seen. Let me do a quick review of these interlocking crises. Number one, we experienced a health pandemic which exposed the fragility of human health and health systems across the world. It also had an economic impact which perhaps rivals the Great Depression of the 1930s. We are experiencing a climate crisis which is known as the triple planetary crisis, a crisis of climate change, a crisis of air pollution, and a crisis of biodiversity loss. It's an existentialist threat. Third, we're experiencing conflicts. Perhaps Gaza and Ukraine brought conflicts from the periphery of our consciousness right to the front, but we have 80 ongoing conflicts in the world right now as we speak. We have over 800 million people going to bed hungry every night. Food insecurity is rising. Close to 2.53 billion people are food insecure on this planet. And fifth, we are seeing rising inequalities. So it is a polycrisis with about 130 million people post the Second World War displaced because of conflict, because of poverty, because of instability, because of despondency and sheer hopelessness. So this is real, ladies and gentlemen. And we are operating in this scenario, which was unexpected. In fact, I think the kind of headwinds that the UN Secretary General is facing now, no other Secretary General has ever faced it, the kind of challenges that we have in front of us. And therefore, therefore it brings back to focus the Sustainable Development Goals and why regional integration matters much more in a world of grave volatility. And this is where, living in China, I'm inspired by Asia. It is still a beacon of hope, given what is happening in the overall world dynamics and the nature of geopolitics. It was very, very encouraging to see the meeting between President Trump and President Xi, very consequential. I always maintain that the US-China relationship is the most consequential relationship of the 21st century, if not only to advance development, but to advance global stability. It's very, very consequential. So I think the fact that we've seen a slight diffusing of the kind of tensions we've been seeing around is most welcome, and particularly when we are looking at the revival of the multilateral system. But in the regional context, there's a lot which is happening here, a huge amount, indeed, in terms of market size, in terms of the innovation, in terms of the technology, in terms of the big data, the convergence of all around it is really shaping this ecosystem. So as we are sitting I used to serve in Indonesia actually for 3 years, and I went to work in Indonesia when it was a very different Indonesia. That was back in 2001 when there was a war going on in Aceh, and there was a conflict between the Muslims and the Christians and the Malukus, and that country overcame that after an economic crisis of 1998. It was quite remarkable how the country has bounced back. But what I've seen is the partnership between, for example, China and Indonesia, and the velocity with which you can see Indonesia growth happening thanks to this partnership with China. We can see it in the region with Vietnam, with Thailand, with Cambodia, with Laos. There's a huge amount which has already started to happen. But I like to cite Jeff Sachs on this often. When he came and spoke to us at the UN once, and he says, there are 3 things that enable China to achieve this meteoric growth. Number 1 was an investment in human capital. Number 2 was an investment in business. Number 3 was an investment in infrastructure. The convergence of these 3 gave China the momentum. So I talked about China's per capita GDP at $180 in 1979. Today it's $12,600. Without naming a country, that particular country had a per capita GDP of 100, market size and population size similar, you can guess. But it had a per capita GDP of $360 in 1979. Today, the same country's per capita GDP is $2,600. So it's, so what, as I go back to saying that, unless we have this convergence of political will, partnerships, and the right public policies, we will not see this growth. So political will is the foundation of it. When I look at the ASEAN ecosystem, it's very apparent. That political will, that enthusiasm, that dialogue which is taking place within the region is very, very consequential. So I hope that we see, given the fact from the population size of it, half the world's population are actually residing in this part of the world, if you take it from the Middle East and take it all the way down to the Pacific regions. The potential opportunity is massive. We will need much more leadership. We will need much more multilateralism. So therefore, I see the role of the UN, again, from country-wise to the regional to the global perspective, to convene, to connect, and to catalyze. One more point. We say that we need about $4 trillion to achieve the SDGs annually. And again, citing Jeff Sachs, we live in a $100 trillion, $110 trillion economy. What is $4 trillion? It is not big money. How do we attract or reconvene or reconfigure a new financial architecture in order to give velocity to this? No business company, no BYD or Tencent, nobody will come in and say, oh, here is money for charity, because that doesn't last for long. What we need is a new business model of public-private partnerships to leapfrog this progress, and there's a return of investment to that. So I would say that perhaps just after the Second World War, when the Marshall Plan was brought into Europe, and what it did was it took Europe out of the poverty of the 2 great wars, it connected Europe, and number 3, it kind of created new market opportunities. We need a Marshall Plan 2.0, give it another name, in Asia that could actually help in those investments that we need in human capital, infrastructure, and business, and integrate the Asian economies much better. This is where I feel that the UN can actually play a catalytic role in helping to make that happen. Thank you.
No, thank you, Siddharth. And I think it was interesting also this morning because we spoke also a little bit about culture as well. And I was, we were I'm very thankful for the organizers for sharing with us the book from Professor Sheng on an open China. And I was just going through page 195 this morning. I didn't have to finish the book yet, but which was talking also about the Chinese social ideal of a great harmony in the world. And of course, the concept of united in diversity as well. Same question to you, Gita. Can you share with us your perspective on regional cooperation a few days after indeed the successful ASEAN summit hosted by Malaysia a few days ago?
Thanks. I'm going to take off where Sid left, okay, because he spoke about the global, came to Asia, left it at Asia. I'm going to take Asia down to ASEAN, okay. The one thing that amazes me about Asia is the progress that we've seen, right? But alongside the progress, we've also got multiple paradoxes. You've got fastest growing economies contributing to 60% of the GDP of the world. 57% of global trade comes from Asia. We also have 1 in 4 people food insecure in Asia, right? We've also contributing to 50% of the emissions as you laid out. Right? That's coming from Asia. While we are leading investors in renewables, right? So we are leading investors in renewables, yet 50% of the emissions, over 50% is coming from this region. These paradoxes cannot be addressed by any single country. We need to come together. We need to be connected to bridge these gaps. And what better platform than ASEAN, given the regional bloc that it is? Right, we are, and this is the block that we need to leverage more and more. Now, from a UN perspective, there are 3 things that I particularly value in the context of these paradoxes and the context of ASEAN. First, energy transition. We've spoken about it this morning and yesterday. I think energy transition is critical, not just for decarbonization, but more importantly, for scaling up renewables. I think that's the equation that we need to look at it from. The ASEAN has a roadmap, is planning to invest in a roadmap for energy transition, and we as the UN are stepping in. Sustainable Energy for All, a UN partner, is stepping in looking at the investment plan. What is the kind of investment that will be required to decarbonize the economy, sector by sector for ASEAN? We are hoping to have the roadmap presented to ASEAN together with the ASEAN Energy Center, sometimes mid-next year. This is about decarbonization. We've got UNOPS stepping in, another UN agency, which is invested together with the ASEAN Energy Center in a roadmap for an integrated power grid, which was signed off by ASEAN member states. We are now working with the ASEAN on looking at what a power trading model within ASEAN could look like for a sub-region. Right? And this integrated power trading model would obviously, by default, connect countries or areas which have abundance of renewables to where the demand is the greatest. By default, that's what it's going to do. The banks are stepping in, IFIs, the World Bank and ADB are stepping in with $12 billion to invest in this. Right? This is exactly what we need to do more of. UNIDO is stepping in, another UN agency which looks at industry, which is stepping in to look at industry and looking at establishing eco-industrial standards for industrial parks, right? Most industrial parks across ASEAN, especially in Indonesia, have their own, are off-grid, right? And that could be a quick win for us to step in to see how we can make bring in RE for industrial parks. So I'm just trying to give you the movement that is happening. Technical solutions are easy, but the issue of energy transition, politics matters. And we will need to put in incentives to make this a win-win for countries and for this to take off. So to me, this is critical. The second big thing, which I believe is critical, which probably we need to talk more of and invest in more of, is the blue economy. How do we leverage the blue economy of ASEAN to generate carbon credits, the blue carbon credits, right? ASEAN as a region has 37% of the world mangroves, close to more than a fifth of the seagrass, contributes to a fifth of the fish of the world, right? And obviously employs a fifth of the labor force as well. So what I'm trying to tell you is there's a great potential for blue carbon, which can obviously not just get integrated into your NDCs, but more importantly, unlock capital for this transition to happen. The UN, led by UNDP, is doing a mapping of the blue carbon across ASEAN, looking at financing strategies that would enable us to leverage blue carbon, thinking through the details of integrating blue carbon as a carbon sink into the NDCs across countries in ASEAN, and finally, the conservation and protection of marine resources. Extremely critical, right? That's the pathway. And to me, this can unlock substantial capital in the future. The third thing, and to me, and these go back to the point that Sid raised. It's about policy, it's about private sector, and what was your third? Investment.
Public policy, political will,
and partnerships. The third is partnerships, right? We need to bring the private sector from across ASEAN together to unlock growth. We don't have a platform for this. For us, for the United Nations, we've got our private sector arm, which is the Global Compact. We've got members of the Global Compact from Indonesia here. We've got Global Compact of China here. We connected the Global Compact of China with the Global Compact of Indonesia, with the idea of making it a win-win relationship, right? The Global Compact of Indonesia has a revenue base of close to $264 billion, right? It has 170, 180 partners, $264 billion, right? And this has the power. I'm just trying to give you a feel of the power that private sector can bring to bear. If we can connect the private sector across ASEAN, you can imagine the amount of capital we can unlock, the amount of investment we can unlock. And what we are doing with the connection between GBA and ASEAN is exactly that. That's exactly what you're trying to do, right? So to me, bringing the private sector, which is deep and dynamic, to play upon to unlock the potential of this region will be critical. Let me pause here.
Thank you so much, Geeta. Professor Zhang, going back to your first intervention on the golden year and future projects, I would like to ask you basically two questions in one. First of all, if you could talk indeed about the upcoming priorities at the Green BRI, but also, and I said it at the beginning, I come from Europe. And there was the 25th EU-China summit last July. There was also the Global Gateway Forum a bit earlier in October, which is sort of the equivalent or pretty much the copy, perhaps, of the BRI initiative. So I just wanted to hear also your thoughts and perspectives on cooperation, basically between the BRI and Global Gateway as well.
Well, it's a great topic, and in my business, when we talk about the BRI, one joke we normally share with people is that everybody loves the BRI. They all want to do their own version, and they came out with names of their version of BRI every 6 months, but just never pull it through. We'll be able to fully implement it. But let me go back to the earlier question about the regional integration and the role of sustainability play in this. And I couldn't thank more to my fellow panelists because the great stage they have really helped me set up so that I can really to illustrate my point. Let me just put forward my point first, and then I'll lay out my argument. I think this region, the ASEAN region, represents the best opportunity, if we have, to succeed in the both of achieving of the regional local prosperity, but also achieving the global goals, i.e. the UN climate target, if you follow the UN SG with regard to 1.5 degree and, neutrality. So why did I say so? ASEAN is a really interesting region. If you think about ASEAN and compare that with other regions in the world, it certainly is not as tightly knitted as and regulated and legally bounded by the European Union, which is operate under one law. And certainly it's also not as say loosely connected as the CELAC countries, the Caribbean and the Central American organization. That we also have a joke for that because that's basically the entire America other than the United States and Canada. So they formed their own local coalition. It's called the CELAC. And if you look at the ASEAN, it's really a really interesting region, and particularly from the perspective of sustainability and local development. We argue there's three models actually existing if you follow the journey they have gone through. There's the Laos model, which is that Laos has lots of the renewable potential, particularly wind, but Laos does not have that much industrialization. But why Laos developed their huge installation of the renewables? Because they're exporting that green power to Vietnam, to Cambodia, and even to China. So that's what we call the Laos model. And also there's an interesting model, the Singapore model. What's the Singapore model? Singapore is very advanced in terms of the carbon target. They have their own NDC, they have set up their own carbon exchange. But Singapore is a country so small that it has neither the manpower, nor the capacity, nor the manufacturing to actually do that. So what's the plan that Singapore has rolled out? Singapore has developed an energy diversification plan that they're trying to get green power from the neighboring countries as close as to the 5 islands from Indonesia, surrounding Singapore. And as far as, and I know these days they go a little bit crazy, as far as to go to the offshore wind from Vietnam. And I think these days even talking about getting power from Australia to help Singapore achieve their low carbon plan. And I would argue right now there's a third model. I just got back from Malaysia, certainly as part to serve for the just completed ASEAN summit. If you think about the Malaysian model, it's very interesting. Malaysian is putting what I call the value-added green manufacturing, particularly spearheaded by the addition of the mushroom of the data centers, the calculation power, the AI-driven data centers in Malaysia. And what's the energy source they turn to? All renewables. Because for the natural reason, they didn't really plan for this. So when they think about how to power all the newly added data centers, naturally they go to renewables. And I think they're now in their phase 4 of what they call their energy development plan. Now they really are open up and build very large, huge facilities to power that. So what's the role of the Green BRI in this? Okay, for the Lao model, is the southern grid of China that has formed a joint venture to really help them to build the grid to facilitate the connectivity between Laos and Vietnam and Cambodia and China so that the green power can be exported. In the Singapore case, I don't know whether you follow this, but it's China that providing, because Indonesia right now had this new requirement called the local content, 60%. So Tina Power and many of the others are setting up shops, manufacturing locally manufactured solar panels so they can serve into the 5 giga installation in the neighboring islands of Singapore for Indonesia. It was labeled as the first green export of the green electrons in the world. And certainly the role that China is playing and the friendship China is having with Malaysia is just even more amazing. So you get the point. I mean, I think this region, because of that very not so close but also not so loose connectivity of the region, and right now the power integration, and this also I think we really need to thank for the UN system, the ASEAN, I think it's called ASEAN Energy Network, that was spearheaded the whole regional connectivity work, I think back to 13 years ago, trying to build one grid. And I think that's also partly thanks to our Guidio, our friends, advocating that. But again, I argue in this region, because of that unique economic status that we're in, and because of the China blessing into this region, it really offers the best opportunity to achieve both goals at the same time.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. And perhaps just in closing, I know, Siddharth, you want to jump in on the BRI and Global Gateway, but perhaps last questions to our two UN resident coordinators. I cannot help to ask, but of course the SDGs were set from 2015 to 2030. The next 2 years will be critical for the UN system. I mean, every year is critical for the UN system, but there'll be the elections of the next UN Secretary General and also an SDG summit in 2027. So I just wanted to hear from you, perhaps if you could share your perspectives on those next 2 years. Siddharth, you mentioned the need to make the UN fit for purpose. So perhaps if you could share some of the priorities that you see indeed to make the UN fit for purpose.
So maybe I'll just start with an example. I spent half my career in Africa, and I want to give you an example of how partnerships make a real difference. There is a roadway which is from the port of Lamu in southern Kenya, which connects all the way to Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. This road was built by a Chinese company, co-financed by the Africa Development Bank and the European Union, and supported by the governments of Kenya and Ethiopia. The consequences of this particular road was the following. Number one, it really unlock the free movement of goods, services, and people. Number two, in the northern part of Kenya and the southern part of Ethiopia, at the bordering area, there's a city called Moyale. Over there, 90% of the young people used to join the Al-Shabaab, or the terrorist movement in Somalia. When this road came up, it all changed. Suddenly, the number of people that were joining these terrorist movement, only because it was a matter of survival. There was, as like I said, there's such immense poverty in those areas, but just this road, so that's famous Chinese saying, that you want a village to get rich, build a road, was actually most apt in that context. So what it goes to show is, first of all, how the UN can actually play a bridging role in these areas, but number two is the scale and ambition that we can bring to this. If we can get Europe, if we can get the US, if we can get China, the private sector in particular, and the state-owned enterprises to come together and collaborate on this. The second example I wanted to give you was, I was the head of the United Nations Population Fund, where Kenya had amongst the highest maternal deaths in the world. Like, it was amongst the 10 most dangerous places for a woman to give birth. We got Huawei from China, Merck from the US, GlaxoSmithKline from the UK, Safaricom, a telecommunications company in Kenya, and Philips from the Netherlands to come and collaborate. We put an injection of about $15 million, $15 million as seed funding from a trust fund from the UN. Not only were we able to reduce those maternal deaths by 1/3 in 2.5 years, which would normally take 10 to 15 years, because of this convergence of big data technology and innovation, we were able to leapfrog it. But what it left behind was a $150 million telemedicine enterprise. So you can see the opportunities of the private sector actually partnering up with the United Nations system and the public-private partnerships and the potential of that. You were asking about the UN being fit for purpose. I see this is the role of the UN. We will not be implementers on the ground, perhaps at the last mile when it comes to major disasters, but our role is really to help with the upstream work, to provide that kind of guidance and advice to governments in order to make sure that they are able to achieve that scale. But that regional part, scale, today we can't be talking about the UN of 30 years ago, where we're talking about we would do 20 schools and build a curriculum for another 50 schools and do a school feeding program somewhere. That chapter is over. That is not where the value proposition of the UN is any longer. There are plenty of NGOs, the Red Cross movement, who are capable of doing that. The UN has to be highly ambidextrous. It needs to have the best minds like Jeff Sachs in our system, but we also have to have that ability to unlock that potential in nation states, but achieve scale. We can't be talking about 10,000 people and 20,000 people. We have to be talking about 20 million people and 30 million people and 1 billion people and the way we can impact them. That, I believe, is where the UN really needs to go, that scale of ambition.
Wonderful. And Geeta, you'll have the final word. Can I ask you to come on this, also on the UN reform and how to make the UN fit for purpose, and then we'll close.
You know, Sid has said it all. I want to come in with 3 things that we need to do more of as resident coordinators, right, from our worldview. Firstly, obviously, we need to align fully behind national plans and priorities. That gives us scale. And that's the scale that Sid is talking to, right? It's no longer about projects. The days of projects are over. We need to bring cutting-edge technical assistance, policy support that plays to our comparative advantage. Goes without saying. We have to be extremely smart. And it's that niche that we need to be playing to, right? And thirdly, we want to optimize our footprints in countries. We want to optimize our footprints for efficiency gains, goes without saying, right? We want to be much, much more efficient than what we currently are. And finally, leverage South-South cooperation much more for the scale, for accelerating SDGs. The point that you raised, 20% of SDG indicators are on track. If you're serious about acceleration, what we need is South-South cooperation. And this is where countries, I know China leads on it, players like Indonesia and other middle-income countries are coming together. And there is this movement that has started across middle-income countries where they are bringing their technical assistance, concessional lending, together with grants, you know, the entire spectrum together, based on principles of mutual benefit. It's this mutual benefit that is key. And the demand for this kind of South-South cooperation across countries is growing. And the UN needs to step into this equation in a way that we add value.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Geeta. And I said you would have the final words, but actually let me turn one last time to Professor Zhang, please, perhaps in 1 or 2 minutes.
Really quick. And if you look at the word, I think there's a new word has been invented, and we use that a lot. There's bilateralism, there's a UN multilateralism, and I think the new word is polylateralism, which means you have a nucleus in the center that advances the agenda that transcends time and also political boundaries. And because of the urgency of the climate change issue, because of the urgency of the triple crisis that Sid mentioned, I would argue at the time is the time that we need the polylateralism, such as the BRI, to help and to integrate and to put all these forces together. And I really liked what Jeffrey Sachs said about, and I want to conclude. He said, the future is here, but it's not evenly distributed. And I think because of that unique characteristic of not evenly distributed, we need a new mechanism to really complement our existing system, which is the polylateralism, which is, I think China is taking the lead of offering, contributing this BRI initiative to the world so that we can really solve the crisis of that urgency. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Zhang. So we've tried to see the future at the country level, the regional level, and we went full circle with the global level as well. So please join me in thanking our wonderful panelists. And I believe we're now heading for lunch, but I will let...
So just in time, thank you. Thank you for all our panelists. And we would like to maybe capture another group picture for our second round that we touch a lot about the sustainable development in the different perspective. So our speakers also provide us a vital on-the-ground perspective from the UN, from the United Nations. And thank you for all our speakers. Thank you for your sharing. Yeah, a thumbs up for our dedication and joint efforts. All right, so thank you. Yeah, we can clearly hear that our UN resident coordinators coordinating sustainable development efforts at the national level. And they also tell us their shift of the role and also their unique vantage point bridges our global goals with the local realities. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhang from BRI Green Development Institute also grounded our conversation into the Chinese context. Also, he shared us a lot of case studies among the world to let us know what's going on around there. So all in all, their sharing gave us a very clear view about the opportunities and also the mechanisms for scaling our impact across the region. So this morning, we talk a lot about sustainable joint efforts, and we would like to touch more this afternoon about the welfare and also the AI impacts on our building towards the past. So for now, we would like to give you about one hour's buffet around in our 66th floor. So after the buffet, please come back here and we are going to kick off our afternoon session. So thank you for all the speakers for your keynote speech and also for the panel discussion. And we are going to see you in this afternoon. Thank you. Thank you so much for all the participants, and we kindly invite you to join us for the self-catering buffet on the 66th floor in our hotel. Thank you for your cooperation and see you this afternoon.
一起。
going to be
touch a lot about the sustainable development in the and also the mechanisms for scaling our impact across the region. So this morning we talk a lot about
research. Our analysis tells that in a conversation with evenly distributed.
Different Indonesia. That was back in 2000.
一起切画面，对，没错，我们一起来有请我们的 panelists。好，我们就是有请不要沙发，然后上来。A strong solutions networks.
Global wanting to for our work in the week. There's a tremendous week.
It's about
和平的发展带动了经济，拉动了能源拉。
manufacturing local. And if you look at
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So our afternoon's sharing will be starting in a minute. As those who are sitting at the back, we kindly invite you to move to the front. That way we can listen carefully and also have some more inside thoughts from our speakers. So we can move to the front. Those vacant seats, we can fill them up since maybe afternoon we might not have that much participants as this morning. So we can move to the front in order to have a better experience. All right, so welcome distinguished leaders and guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all the participants joining us for our ASEAN and GBA conference on the trade, finance, and sustainable development. So during this afternoon session, we have some very practical sharing from the partners coming from all over the world. And we map out the business pathways for cooperation and frame out with our shared sustainability visions. And in this coming afternoon, we are also going to kick off 2 rounds of the panel discussion, mainly focus on some obstacles that we faced in the reality. And also we would like to talk a little bit about the technical issues about AI. So for the first round, we would like to talk about the headwinds facing globalization. And as for this round, we are going to welcome our panelist, Professor Hu Yongtai, the Vice President for Asia at SDSN, joining us. And we would also like to welcome our panelist, Mr. Zhaoqing from Chinese University of Hong Kong, Shenzhen. Also, please welcome Professor Wu Xuanrong from University of Economics from Ho Chi Minh City. And welcome Dr. Huang Qiming, Executive Director of Pengnam Institute. Welcome Professor Zhao Changyi from Sun Yat-sen University. So here we would like to welcome all our professors joining us for our this round's discussion. And let's find out what are the obstacles and what are the solutions that we can tackle them down. All right, so welcome all the professors. All right, so I guess we are pretty much very familiar with all our professors and guests. So here, let's hear our sharing.
Good afternoon. Welcome back from a very fulfilling lunch, which means that we are all vulnerable to falling asleep. Well, we will do our best to keep you awake, largely because we're going to talk about one of the biggest threats to global prosperity. When Adam Smith wrote The Wealth of Nations 250 years ago, it was the defining text of the discipline of economics. And if you were to write the message on a T-shirt, the message on the T-shirt would be, free trade by all is the best for all. And largely because the division of labor encourages specialization, and specialization enables productivity increase, and productivity increase translates directly into increased output. And subsequent economics study says the degree of specialization depends on the size of the market, largely because you have to incur research costs to find out new ways of making production process more specialized. And the easiest way to recoup that research cost is to have a large market. And the largest market available is the world market. So if you maximize your market size, you maximize prosperity because you maximize innovation. So I presume the modern restatement of the Adam Smith thesis is the 1999 book by Thomas Friedman, The Lexus and the Olive Tree. And it's also symbolized by our intellectual leader, Jeffrey Sachs, when he moved from Harvard to Columbia in 2002. The first thing he did was to establish a center for globalization and sustainable development. But by roughly 2018, the name had changed to Center for Sustainable Development. So Jeff Sachs deglobalized before the trade war. So the question that I would ask the panel is not one question, because I dislike being on panels where I'm asked one question and I don't have a good answer for it. So to make everybody look good, I'll ask 2 questions in the first round, and they can answer whichever one that makes them sound good and hence look good. Well, we are very concerned about face here in Asia. So the question I like the pair of questions I like to ask is, why do you think deglobalization is occurring? The next question is, for those from Southeast Asia, how should your country in Southeast Asia react to it? And for Zhaoqing and Changwen, how should China react to it? So, Zhaoqing, why don't you start off?
Okay.
Answer any one of both the questions.
Great question about deglobalization. You know, I think, as far as I remember, after the Second World War, the world's production capacity was almost destroyed, other than the U.S. So the U.S. position at that time is very much like China today. You know, runs trade surplus, has huge production capacity, so free trade, just like China is trying to advocate free trade, right? So, but then we have the Bretton Woods systems, and then we have U.S. dollar as global reserve currency. And the U.S. dollar, I think, serves almost like an unlimited credit card, allows the U.S. to consume today, everybody knows 28 trillion US dollar debt, right? So what happened is that the US has excessive consumption, but at the same time, in the last few decades, China has excessive saving because it runs trade surplus. US now runs trade deficit, right? And the reason China runs surplus, in my view, is largely because the mentality of Chinese people and Chinese policymakers are risk averse, you know, because we are trying to save, to prepare for geopolitical risk, economic crisis, and all kinds of issues, right? So I think today we face with trade war, faced with deglobalization. Actually, I think the fundamental economic roots is in this twin, like a big country, the two big countries. One is excessive consumption, one is excessive saving, and that somehow lays the foundation for all the conflicts and economic protectionism, you know, and I think also Trump's obsession with tariff. Yeah. So I don't know. This maybe help us to get started.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Now to prove ASEAN centrality, we have both of them in the center.
Okay, thank you very much.
Vietnam.
For the question, great question to start with. I think that globalization is something that has been quite successful to the several economy around the world, and Vietnam, we opened up the economy quite late in mid 1980. To then, due to the concept of and the philosophy of globalization, we have several advantages. Vietnam, from a poor country, now become a very export open economy where the exports contribute significantly to the economy. And then things happen with the global geopolitical tension and the trade war. However, from the perspective of Vietnam, it seems that we navigate quite well through the crisis. Still, even though having difficulty with the COVID, with the global slowdown, but still, Vietnam, through the time, is a good destination for the FDI firm to relocate to Vietnam. We see an increased volume of number of firms coming to Vietnam in the last 10 years, relocate to Vietnam. And in some way that we can be viewed that Vietnam quite navigate successful through the trade war as well. It means that from the one end, we favor globalization that brings several benefits that we have in every economic textbook, like especially at the theme of the today panel. It brings income to the people, bring innovation to the people, bring share technology to the people, and bring comparative advantage to the people. That is something. However, from the perspective of Vietnam, we can see that even though there's some difficulty, and we can still have very flexible policy and adapt quite quickly to change in the global economy. And however, we are having difficulty at the moment. We can see that the global tension, the trade war, and now becoming the technology war, which is really something that we should handle, and it should end as soon as possible for the benefit of all people around the world, all country, all economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Keeping.
Yeah, hi. I won't be talking about Malaysia as such as yet, but about your question. Now, your two questions actually require two books to answer, really. But let me try by starting to say that we think of colonialism as colonial multipolarity, meaning that there were different colonial powers that were active in the Southeast Asian region, which of course led to what I might call national state multipolarity. So we have all these different countries in the region that without colonialism might have been shaped in a different way. So when we now talk about deglobalization, I would see it as almost as a necessary stage in a long-term decolonization, in the sense that what we do see really when these countries became independent, Malaysia or Singapore, the connection they had as economies, as what they saw as the center for modernization and, of course, globalization in the long run was their connection, be it Singapore or Malaysia. Their connection was back to London. So for the Indonesians, the connection would be to the Dutch and so on. Now, to me, that is limited independence. We are still at a stage when they're technically free from the colonial power, but yet not really, because their consciousness and about modernity and their economic system was very strongly tied to that. Now, all that worked rather well until the rise of China, I think. The rise of China is very epiphanic. I think it gave us many new ways of thinking about things. And with that rise of China being so powerful and so all-encompassing, I think for me anyway, and I'm sure for many other scholars, it became possible to think of other possibilities, but most importantly, to think of what decolonization actually is, and that it has never been properly done. So with China as a possible pole compared to the US, suddenly we start thinking our economic decolonization actually has to be quite regional. It cannot immediately be global, the way that we had thought of our economic liberation, as it were. But that had to be global in the sense that it's connected to the West because our neighbors were not strong enough. So as China rose, so the whole region suddenly became a new game. The new game came to town. And as we have seen over the last 10, 20 years, China had become the most important trading partner for all the ASEAN countries. And that, of course, brings with it a change in mentality. And it has finally hit the West that something has changed here. They have started to lose control over the supply chains or the global power constructs that they had always had. And they probably made a lot of mistakes. To some extent, they did not see this coming, or they were blinded by their love of a large market, perhaps, and so on. And no one, of course, expected China to succeed so well and in such an integrated manner. And that has changed the game. And so what we call the deglobalization is actually, well, and I'm sure it won't last forever. We will globalize again, but it will be under other conditions. I think it will involve, well, multipolarity, of course, but even all the small countries in their wish to be more independent. And to be more independent, you actually have to be closer to your neighbors instead of being closer to something far, far away. And I think it is that which is happening. This is the unraveling of a globalized system that actually has shown itself not to be viable in the long run.
Thank you. So you saw the deglobalization as part of an ongoing decolonization and the appearance of China as unexpected. I think, let me see if I can paraphrase it. Free trade is often seen as win-win because if the exchange is not mutually beneficial, you won't engage in it. But the problem is that if I can just simply snatch what you have without having to exchange it with you, it will be much better for me to just snatch it from you rather than to trade with you. So the problem was there was an inequality in military capability. So that's why, because of the existing inequality in military capability, free trade was not really possible. Because why should I trade? I could just grab it from you. And hence the colonization you talked about. But how would the process keep going? How did the decolonization process begin? Adam Smith, in the second half of the book, he had a very unexpected conclusion. The first part of the book, he said, free trade is good for all. In the second half of the book, he said, what I just told you earlier is completely contradicted by the history of the last 200 years. He was writing this in 1776. Because the two greatest acts of globalization was when the Americas was connected to Europe in 1492 And when Vasco da Gama took us to Asia, that's 1498, and what do you happen? Genocide in Latin America and colonization in East Asia and South Asia. But there was a silver lining. The silver lining is the acts of the oppressor, the trade that is occurring, is also a diffusion of knowledge from the oppressor to the oppressed. And there will be an eventual equality in force because the oppressed would learn what there is to learn. You open your eyes and steal. The rise of Japan was never a big shock to the system because Japan at its biggest was only 20% of US GNP. Whereas China, if you measure correctly using PPP, has exceeded the United States, which means its capacity to fight, to produce weapons is identical to the US. So you have equality in force. So with this equality in force, true benefits of trade are realized. When there was no inequality of force, you could be forced to engage in free trade in opium. So that would be my restatement of what you've just said. Think about how I am wrong. We'll get it going.
Of course, I would agree. In the beginning, when we think of colonization, we thought of piracy, basically, conquest, piracy, and so on, what you call military inequality. But once that was done, it wasn't viable. It wasn't viable. You can't keep robbing somebody, right? So you would have a structural inequality. You actually have a system that is more viable, but it's still unequal. And behind that, of course, you would have an ideological inequality, a sort of racism that comes in that always defined colonialism and so on. So I think what has happened, and I think a lot thanks to China and the size of China and how its rise has been so complete, it suddenly changed the whole equation in the whole region, right? Suddenly we can be, maybe partly the pandemic helped along, that we started thinking of supply chains and so on being closer to home and all that. And I think we are at that point. We want to discard the ideological inequality as well in our thinking, in our mindset, and so on. And that's why I think it's actually, as a historian, I look at things in a long span of time. So we are in that period. I would call it late decolonization. Now, if we think of China as having been broken up like it threatened to be 100 years ago, we would have many small countries, many Japans, if we say. That would not have the same effect as what the rise of China today has. It actually throws the table over, as it were. And so that's why I say it's very epiphanic. There's so much thinking that needs to be done. I suppose that's why we're having this conference as well. And I think what the initiative of the GBA-ASEAN is exactly an attempt to connect two neighboring regions that may have had rather diverse histories and so on. But what we are working at is, we know the difficulties, but it's worth a shot. Let's get together. Can we build a peaceful world based on a peaceful East Asia?
We'll come to that question. So now let's have another Chinese perspective on why globalization has unraveled.
Thank you, Wing. And why the trade war happened. So I think the reason probably is very complicated, and to some extent it's very simple. And as you mentioned, the inequality among the different group and the different people, and even different countries. So that's one of the fundamental reasons, and of course, probably that's the reasons of why the Trump emphasized American first, and also the isolationism and the protectionism, going, up. And I don't think that Trump didn't know the basic economic logic. I don't know what's the major of the Trumps. Yeah, so probably he did study in college for economics. And you mentioned Adam Smith, and also a lot of economists emphasize and comparative advantage, and like David Rickard, and also the Paul Romer, and a lot of economists. So why still U.S. Trump administration emphasize American first? So probably he lack of the win-wins ideology, and so from this perspective, probably we need more Professor Jeffrey Sachs, and who are much more beyond the national interests and possess humanitarian spirit. So that's fundamentally reasons. And so if this is a real reason, so the solution is also very simple. Just follow the economic rules instead of the political decision. Yeah, so that's my understanding. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Well, I presume let's do a little bit of crystal ball gazing. I'd like to ask two questions. One is, what do you think is going to happen in the near future? In other words, how do you think this trade war and decoupling will play out? So that is a prediction. Then let's have a prescription. How do you think it should play out? Tell me what you think is likely to happen. The second thing is how you would think is the best way for it to end. So, Zhaoqing.
Thank you. Well, I think in the last year or two, we already observed what could happen when a full-blown trade war started. In a way, that helped China to, for example, catch up in all the so-called technological bottleneck. The logic is very simple. If the U.S. does not sell to China, then there will be a guaranteed domestic market for Chinese domestic companies to produce, for example, the operating system by Huawei, Hongmeng, right? So if a trade war continues escalating, then in the end, it will speed up China's, technological catching up, and then probably also continue to drive China's trade surplus. And that is very embarrassing for the United States, and also suffering for the rest of the world, because China thinks this is a national security issue. There's no way you can back down, right? So I'm given the historical track record. China looked at the national security as the priority, because it has suffered, in the last few hundred years, right? All these problems, right? And of course, the cost is that the Chinese people's living standards, actual living standards, will actually be low, because even though China's productivity will catch up very fast, China turned from a shortage economy to a surplus economy. But the surplus economy is good for this sort of trade war, national security, competition. You need to have strong military, strong technology capacity. You need enough food, enough supply of everything, right? So I think that's something we already experienced by China. But in the US, the situation is that if trade war actually escalates to like a tariff of 100 above, then the supermarket in the United States will have trouble to get, filled up with products, right? And then the US dollar will have crisis because if the trade war escalates, then China and a lot of other countries will worry. Why use US dollar? Right? So I think in a way the full trade war is already broke, but briefly. And thanks for the last few days, the Xi and the Trump meeting, at least a cease war is happening. So that leads to your question about what should do. I think it's straightforward. U.S. should limit its consumption, particularly military expansion, which doesn't make any sense when China's defense capabilities is already almost on the par with the United States, right? So doesn't it make sense to have hundreds of military bases spending, huge amount of, American people's money on that? On the other hand, China also doesn't make sense to have all this production capacity, not at full capacity, right? And I think here the key is that the U.S. is actually stopped focusing on GDP. It is actually playing the so-called financial game. It is having property market, stock market, and now the crypto asset market to create a huge amount of wealth. And then basically to support its operation. Even the government, the federal government now is stopping working, right? But where it can do, Trump is playing this crypto, asset, game to get the financing, right? But China, on the other hand, is still focused on GDP. And that is unfortunate because China can also learn from the United States to focusing on shared increase in wealth, income, and the profit. And that means that the Chinese currency should appreciate, so-called to import more. And the Chinese inflation should be positive, instead of deflation. So that creates global, basically to buy, products from around the world, including our neighboring countries, right? And it also means that the Chinese technology should create value, which means high return on the capital market, instead of focusing, all on chips and those national security related sectors. So I think that is actually almost common sense. That's what we should do and could achieve by having a cooperation between China and the United States, and then bring cooperation of the whole world. So we back to globalization instead of deglobalization.
Thank you. Comrade Wu.
Yes, thank you. From my point of view, I sometimes think about that how would it roll out from the perspective of, I agree with free trade, and we all see that free trade is good. But sometimes the view is supported if each country in the global value chain have a fair share of contribution and advantage in that. And when different countries have different view regarding the share of different other economy in that global value, there would be some form of protectionism which is possible. And however, it would be better if more discussion, more talk, and more diversify in that respect. I think it happened now. It naturally every country that have to fight together to get a more diversified because previously many countries, for example, Vietnam is an example as well. We rely on too much on some single big trading partner, and when things happen, there might be a risk about if a trading partner stop purchasing, stop buying goods from that respect. So we think from the perspective economist, I have to agree that some form of protectionism is important if each country have different views on that respect. However, for case like China and the US, things happen because each country play a very big role in the global value chain, and it would happen. It would be better. It would be rolling out in a better way if the two countries sit together, work together, and for the benefit of the whole global population, for the whole world, things would be very much better as it roll out. That's my perspective.
Thank you. Keeping?
Yeah, okay. Well, just now I've been talking largely about China and Southeast Asia alone, but I think we also have to look at the West, what has been happening in the West and so on. Now, if I were to introduce the term hegemonic downgrade, if I put it that way, that something like that has been happening in the West, and that's why China's, well, partly due to internal weaknesses perhaps in the West, but partly China's challenge as such. So both acting together has made the West realize that they have been undergoing a hegemonic downgrade, as it were. They no longer control things or supply chains or even knowledge or even global discourses the way they could before. That is sort of breaking up. Now, I think that the world we want, a multipolar world, will probably not happen and probably will not be sustainable unless there are two Wests. If there's one West, I think multipolarity will be delayed, if at all possible. And so, to put the point sharply, Europe needs liberating. Yeah, that would be some of the things I would like to say. But where global discourses are concerned, well, we're so used to global discourses being couched in military terms. You know, it's a trap of this type, a trap of that type, a cheap war, and so on. Now, that way of thinking, I think, also has to change. And I'm glad to see that from the Chinese side, they're trying to create another language, as it were. So it's global A initiative, global B initiative, and so on and so forth, which hints at inclusiveness and cooperation instead of conflict. Now, that will be the more immediate thing that we can do. Should I answer the what we should do question as well?
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking for Southeast Asia, the smaller countries, we have to tread carefully, of course. So I think one should think of what one should do in the short term, what one should do in the medium term, and what one should do in the long term. But of course, to be able to think in the long term, I think what I suggested earlier, one has to think of the historical processes moving. And of course, the main part of that is the decolonization that is the same thing as deglobalization at the moment. So knowing that that is probably what's going to happen. So in the short term, you will act a certain way, and then in the medium term, you have ambitions that are aiming towards a stronger, more sustainable decolonization process. Yeah.
Thank you. Chang-Wen.
Thank you, Wing. And for your second question, I have several observations.
And number one, and I wanted to emphasize again, and faced with the challenge of the deglobalization, how to protect global well-being, and I don't think need new ideas. Just return to the common sense, and adhering to fundamental principle that is the economic division and also the globalization. So because historic experience and show us the close the door inevitably lead to rigidity and decline for every countries. And so the global well-being is not a prize in a zero-sum game, but the cost down of our shared human destiny. So if this it's right, I think the leaders and for the every countries, especially the bigger countries, and the policy makings should seek more scientific spirit and humanistic and spirit. So that's my first point. And the second point focus on the China-U.S. trade conflict, trade relationship. As I mentioned earlier, the China-U.S. tariff war is a bet of attrition with no winners. And since the 2017 or 2018, and if you look back the past several years, and actually I think the two countries have mutually imposed high tariffs, covers a lot of goods with hundreds of billions of dollars. So these directly increase the import costs for American business and also for to increase the living expense for American people. So that's from U.S. side. And from Chinese side, the Chinese exports have faced market pressure, and the global supply chains also have been damaged. So that's the number two. So how to resolve the China-U.S. economic war, trade war? I think probably, as we mentioned just now, because with the strength of China and also other emerging markets and the developing countries continue to grow, and as a trade towards a multiple world takes shapes, so the likelihood of trade war will probably diminish. So the last point is during the meeting between leaders of China and the U.S. In South Korea a few days ago, actually two sides both emphasized that cooperation will be the first choice, and especially the recent twists and the turnings in China-U.S. economic and trade relationship have also brought some revelations to both sides. So I think we should come back to get back to the normal economic relationship. And the last point I want to say is that President Xi once said some things I think is very important and also very a deep impression on me. And the major countries should have demeanor of major countries. It's a major country should have a demeanor of major countries. Yeah. So possess their breadth of vision and the sense of responsibility. This is not official translation, it's my translation, yeah. And so the greatness of a major country lies not in the size of its territory, its bark, its feast, but in the breadth of its mind, the scale of its vision, and the magnitude of its responsibility. That's my last point. Thank you.
Thank you. So far in this discussion, the most common theme is the two countries should sit together, as Xuan Win told us. And then Keeping said, yeah, common sense should guide the discussion when they sit together. And then Zhang Wen added, humanistic spirit should drive it. And then for the peace to endure, according to Keeping, Europe has to liberate itself from the United States umbrella. Let me try to fuse them together and see if this could make a coherent story. The trade war could end in many ways, and the characteristic of why the trade war is worrying and why the two leaders had to meet in the end to sign what I think to be a truce rather than an end to the trade war is that the tension level has been spiraling upwards. And why has it been spiraling upwards? It's spiraling upwards because the trade war is the result of three types of competition interacting together. The three types of competition, number one is geostrategic competition, national security concerns. The second competition is technological competition. We are trying to fight about who will dominate in the future production. The third part has to do with just ordinary trade competition. And you could see from the actions of the different countries, let us say when Japan tightened its grip on Diaoyutai, the Chinese responded to that by launching the first rare earth ban to Japan. So the first movement was by the Japanese was in the geostrategic sphere, and the Chinese reacted on the economic sphere. But that reaction in the economic sphere did not reduce the tension, the additional tension that was generated in the geostrategic sphere by the Japanese action. So the rise in tension in one competition led to a rise of tension in the second, and so forth. So the answer is not like what Biden had talked about, decoupling US and China. The answer from a narrow technical point of view is to decouple these three types of competition from each other. And how would one decouple these competitions from each other? The first thing, how would you decouple geostrategic competition from the rest? That is where Xuan Win's suggestion, sitting down, working out, would be the right thing to do. After all, this was done after the Reagan-Gorbachev talk, or rather after the confrontation of the Cuban crisis, where the countries sat down and have arms limitation talks. How many rockets should we each have? How far they should be away from each other? And where could you put your nuclear submarines under the sea, and how many miles from my shore? If you are able to kind an agreement on that, then you have decoupled the national security concern from the other two competition, technology and trade. And in the case of technology competition, the real argument is actually about unfair national subsidy of the advanced industries. Well, clearly it would be irresponsible for a country not to have industrial policy. The US certainly has industrial policy. The National Science Foundation, the Defense Department procurement. But what they could do is to have an agreement, just like we have in trade. In trade, WTO has an unfair trading practices agreement. So you could have an unfair industrial policy clause in the revised WTO. And that in turn would decouple the technological competition from the others. So that seems common sense, right? The only trouble why the negotiations cannot take place is because the level of trust is too low. So what happened when the level of trust is too low, so that the major players cannot really negotiate with each other? I think this is where a third party can play a useful role. When two persons cannot agree, the third party should appear. Traditionally, you think about God coming to the rescue. Well, wait until she comes. What do the rest of us do? I think this is where Keebing's point about the need for Europe to separate itself from the US. In that, what is happening in the eyes of ASEAN is that this is a repeat of February 1945. February 1945 was when the Allies knew that Germany and Japan were going to be defeated, and in order to maintain peace among themselves, they met in Yalta and divided up the world. This part is mine, this part is yours, and we respect each other's territory and we keep the peace. Right now, we have no such agreement. And perhaps such an agreement is inevitable. And if it is to be inevitable, in the meanwhile, we each try to expand our spheres of influence as fast as we can. That's why Ukraine should join NATO, and that's why the South China Sea is part of the Chinese border up to the doorstep of the Philippines. What is the role of a third party? ASEAN clearly doesn't want to belong to either sphere of security. It wants to be the buffer zone. It wants to be neutral. But neutrality is not something you announce and you obtain. Neutrality is something you're able to impose on other groups to accept. And ASEAN wants to be a buffer zone. So it's like standing in the middle of the road. You could be run down by either side if you're standing in the middle of the road. That's the new twist to ASEAN centrality. The only way you will not be run over is if you are big enough that whoever runs into you incurs substantial damage. So ASEAN unity becomes more important than before, but ASEAN is still too small, and this is where the separation of Europe is important. The middle powers of Europe should join ASEAN, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand to be the new bloc that upholds the principles of the United Nations and to continue the reform and work of the WTO. These are the only global legitimate principles we agree to. So the middle powers should form a club to resist so that you are a credible buffer zone. So unless ASEAN is able to get a critical mass of middle powers, it will forever just be a critical mass as far as the situation goes. So that would be a good outcome, in my opinion. So in the remaining time, let's think about, of all these terrible scenes that we've been talking about, let us try to make ourselves happy by thinking what good result could emerge from this present situation. What is there a silver lining on the storm cloud? So let's try to end this panel on a happy note. Talk about what could be the happy outcome that we might see. Zhaoqing.
Well, thank you. Wonderful question. I actually think it's already emerging. The silver lining is actually, there will be no hegemony, because basically we are in a global village. And China, United States, even though they are fighting all kind of what I call cool war. Cool war means not hot war, not cold war, which are acceptable. Just like Professor Wu says, separate the different sectors, right? So that means that I'm optimistic. I think we are already entering a period of long period of stability and peace, which are emerging. Because China cannot defeat the United States cannot defeat China, and even trade war, they cannot fight, right? So, and what happens is that you have to cooperate. But I think the real meaning is that all the other countries, middle powers, working with either one of the so-called big power can limit the other big power. We have two big power right now, right? So in a way, we should all, like Deng Xiaoping says. Deng Xiaoping says that China will not be hegemony. If one day China becomes hegemony, the whole world should be united against China, right? So I think that's kind of silver lining. We should all wake up, right? So the most important thing for us now is to limit some irrational, like excessive hegemony, which would be good for even American people.
Thank you. Professor Wu?
From my point of view, I think that the good thing is the lesson learned for everyone, every country. And the good thing is with the recent meeting in person between President Trump and President Xi, and it's some good side. And from perspective of the global economy, that the lesson learned is we should diversify, we should sit together, looking for partner close by. And geopolitical tension, trade war, tech war is not good for economy, even from the both sides. The cost of living in the U.S. increased. Technological slowdown in different countries, including China and so. And because of the disruption in the global supply chain, the cost of living is more expensive. So it's not good for everyone. I think that is something that important we have is the lesson learned. And people start sitting together to look for peaceful resolution that we are.
Okay, the lesson like after every war, don't fight. Yes.
Okay, I'll try to be short. Well, I do agree mainly with what you say about middle powers and how they should get together. But I would like to add that when I said Europe needs to be liberated, I also meant from itself. It has a very, very bad history in relating to the rest of the world, right? So it's from the hegemon, yes, they should be liberated, but also from themselves. That's one. And then I think Southeast Asia and other countries like the South, what they should be doing and are already doing, they're regionalizing their nation building, if I use that phrase. Now the US itself is interesting in that I think it overstretched itself after the World War. It got dragged in, it became Britannia 2.0. Right, and it stretched itself, and it rather liked the power, that role as well, and it's overstretched itself now. And maybe what Trump seems to represent is a readjustment in that it's back to nation building. The USA has ignored its own nation building, and it's been acting like an empire, although its base wasn't properly laid. And is that what we're seeing today, right? you know, MAGA simply means not make America great again, make America full stop. And China, I think, is in a good position. So I think it's in a position of thinking, what kind of world order shall we help build? I think that's my summary of what these parts of the world are caught in. Thank you.
Thank you. Zhang Hun.
Thank you. I think we already have very important points to respond to the Wing's question. I wanted to add some of the facts. And firstly, I think it's normal to understand because every country have a national security, but it should be and could be limited to very narrow scope. And so that's important. If we talk about the chips, it's understandable, it's reasonable. But if we talk the solar products and the green technology, I think it's amazing. And what was the result between China and the U.S. Trade war in terms of the solar products? And just a recent report from U.S. Solar Energy Industry Association, and the cost of U.S. solar project by 10% to 15%. Delay the clean energy transition. So that's a reality. Meanwhile, the global solar panel price fluctuated due to the supply disruption, affecting the capability of the developing countries to access affordable clean energy, which directly related to achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goal of affordable and clean energy. That's the first fact. The second one, I think we talk about the GBA, Great Bay Areas, and the ASEAN cooperation. Personally and frankly, without the deterioration of China-U.S. economic relationship, the China-ASEAN relationship might not be as positive as it is today. So that's a fact. So if we look about the future, so I think in terms of the trade, in terms of the finance, and in terms of the SDG, anyways, and I think we should stress our cooperation, but we need upgrading between China and ASEAN's cooperation. In terms of the trade, I think it's not back to the the volume increase, and instead of the supply chains synergy. So that's the trade issues. In terms of finance, I think we should from the money to ecosystem, financial ecosystem. In terms of SDG, I think we should come to from the responsibility to opportunity between China and ASEAN countries, between Great Bay Area and ASEAN. Yeah.
Thank you. The message, the common message that seems to emerge is that since we cannot get the first best of globalization, then let's go for regionalization. Yes, I think that would certainly be the next best thing in economic terms, but there are some global problems that regionalization cannot solve. We need to still continue keeping the UN system strong and most of it going, because the global commons cannot be protected through regional arrangements, like CO2 emissions. That has to be globally agreed upon and enforced. And in the case of the US will get over its populist phase and return to the nation, the family of nations, some point in the future. Then the other thing that is very important is not just preserving biodiversity and fighting climate change. The other one is there has to be now global regulation on AI. I think AI is going to shake the world in ways just like the Industrial Revolution. During the Industrial Revolution, machine was displacing labor. And what was the reaction? The reaction was in England and in Europe, gangs of people going around attacking machines in the factories. And what produces AI? The universities. So that's why the universities are being attacked in the United States and in other parts of the world. AI brings with it that not only uncontrolled weapon, that we can write a dystopian novel. It's not just happiness. That is, if you want to create the world that we want to live in, AI should be something that we should be seriously talking about as a group, so that we don't blindly accept what our Silicon Valley or even Shenzhen throws up for the rest of us. And of course, at a more immediate level is the need to keep global unity to fight climate change. So thank you very much. I think we were doing our best to keep the conference on time so that we can depart early to that difficult crossing at the border. Thank you very much for your attention.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for all the panelists, and thank you for our moderator. So shall we gather together and take a group picture? Well, thank you for all the analysis sharing and all those very insightful thoughts comes out. So here we would like to take a great picture for our today's gathering and the brainstorming. Exactly. So just now, our gentlemen share us, while the global fragmentation poses real risk, it also creates an imperative for deeper and smarter regional operation here in Asia. So that's also the reason why today we are gathering here to communicate and try to build up some mutual trust for our future. Yeah, so meanwhile, we would also like to welcome our director, Mr. Zheng, joining us for the group picture for today. So thank you so much for joining us and coming from afar, sharing us the inside thoughts. All right, so this is the mutual collaboration, and we are going to exchange thoughts and to promote the regional booming. All right, so thank you. Thank you for all the panelists. So based on our panelists' discussion, we are really glad to see that although nowadays we are under the US and China tension, but our ASEAN is also shaping the multilateral frameworks that preserve the open trade. So we are going to do some joint efforts, and hopefully we can preserve all those free markets. So all our panelists also provide us a campus to navigate in nowadays uncertainties. So thank you for all our scholars for sharing. And here comes another round of the tea break. And coming back, we are going to discuss more about the AI governance. So please stay tuned and enjoy the tea break for half an hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Vanessa Sit from Hong Kong U. For those guests, we will take the coach to Shenzhen, and I would like to return to Hong Kong by the coach. And then this is the announcement for coach 1 and 2. It will be merged, okay? And then the first coach will depart at 5:45, okay? And then the second coach is coach 3, the original coach, okay? Just stick with your original coach. Coach 3 will depart at 6, Okay, and then coach 4 will depart at 6:15. Please stay with your coach number, and then because we need to really count the number and then make sure everyone is safe and then reach the Fullerton Hotel. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and thank you for still staying with us for more, to learn more, and also to exchange some more ideas. So just now, the discussion aroused from our panel discussion has made it clear that navigating this fragmented world requires not just the economic or political wisdom, but also requires some new tools or say new rules for a new era. So this comes to our last but not least round of the panel discussion, which is the AI governance in the GBA and also ASEAN. So in order to discuss this topic, we would like to welcome our professor, Mr. Zheng Yongnian, Director of the Institute for International Affairs, Qianhai, joining us for this round. Let's please welcome Director Mr. Zheng. 欢迎郑教授. And meanwhile, we would like to welcome our panelist, Ms. Lili Yang Ying, Secretary General of the International Economic Association and the lead advisor at the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. Also, please welcome Dr. Harry Shen, a true pioneer in the field as the former Executive Vice President of Artificial Intelligence and Research at Microsoft. His deep technical expertise and vision has helped shape the global AI industry. Meanwhile, we would like to also welcome Mr. Gu Lingyun, the founder and chairman and CEO of the ICE Credit. He offers a vital perspective from the front lines of AI application. And last but not least, we would like to once again welcome Professor Jeffrey Sachs with us to discuss this topic. So welcome.
Thank you. It's our last panel discussion today. Today we're very happy to have three distinguished panelists, and Professor Lili Yang Ying, and Dr. Gu Liyun, and of course Jeffrey. And this panel is about the AI. I think AI is probably the most important, hottest subject today. And I found the APEC in the last few days also had this panel discussion on AI governance. Now, it looked like everyone, particularly in Shenzhen, every organizations, government, companies, every country is rushing to AI, right? So that's what we talk about, the AI for science, AI for social science, AI for medicine, AI for everything. But meanwhile, I think AI, of course, as existence, no one will reject. People have to accept it. But meanwhile, AI, I think, is quite risky. My teams, I have several teams. We are looking into AI, its applications and implications. And the last time, a few weeks ago, I spoke at the Tsinghua University. I pointed three potential, impact, negative impact on human beings. First of all, we are going to be replaced somehow. And AI now is smarter than some of our professors. Of course, including us. No, excluding us. We're not going to, if we don't want to be replaced by AI, really we have to do something. Second, we don't want to be colonized by AI. Well, here, many people from ASEAN states, I'm deeply worried about AI is predominated by the two powerful nations, the United States and China. So if you look at all those large language models, those feeding materials, most of them came from a big state, big country, not from a small state. For example, East Asia, why our East Asia, our modernization has been successful? Because while we embraced the West, but we think it differently, to find our own model of modernization. That means we have our own way of thinking and to producing ideas. But with AI, everything will be universalized. The logic behind the open AI and the deep think is the same mathematics. So I'm afraid of small states will lose their intellectual sovereignty, intellectual independence eventually. That's also a danger. Third, if we we cannot deal with that, we are going to be cheated by AI. Now, deepfake is a serious problem. I talked to some military people. They're even more worried about, AI probably trigger for war, AI diplomacy, all kinds of things. So I think this last session is really very important. So we will listen to our three speakers. First of all, you, Professor Liu Yang, your time. Our discussion, like previous panels, divided into two parts. First part, you state your opinions on this matter. Then the second part, we will look into the future. What we should do. So please.
Thank you. A very good afternoon, everyone. Before I start, let me share with you two simple observations. First, it took 75 years for telephone to get 100 million users. But it took only 2 months for ChatGPT to get the same milestones. Currently, ChatGPT has 3.4 billion users monthly. WeChat has 1.4 billion users monthly. So in China, you don't need names. People will gonna ask you, what is your WeChat number, right? So probably 5 years from now, parents in China do not need to create names. They're just gonna buy WeChat numbers. I think they're gonna bet for 888. The second simple observation is that over the last 50 years, the global economy grows more than 30-fold, from $3 trillion in 1970 to $110 trillion in 2024. Much of this growth has been contributed by openness. Openness in trade, openness in investments. Looking ahead, 50 years and beyond, the global economic growth will be determined by digital and AI. Core competitiveness of a country will be decided by digital and AI capabilities and electricity power. So that's two simple observations. Now addressing your questions, let me share the observations in ASEAN countries. The key issues in ASEAN countries, like in other developing countries, we face 4 key challenges. One is data privacy. Not so many developing countries have data privacy law and regulations. The second one is cybersecurity. We are facing a huge cybersecurity issues starting from online gambling to official documents. The third one is competitions. At the end of the day, in the digital and AI-dominated era, competitions is the key. Currently, data have been only dominated by giant technology companies. That's a big issue for us to ensure the fair competitiveness for small, medium enterprises, including small states and countries. The fourth issue is digital divide. Digital and AI capabilities and technologies can make the world converge, but at the same time, it can also make the world divergence. And human capital's deficiency is really the key for countries to catching up. So digital divides is happening within and across countries. So those kind of 4 key challenges that ASEAN and I believe other developing countries also facing. In terms of solutions, we can discuss in the next sessions. Thank you.
Thank you. Certainly, you talk about the digital economy, really very, very interesting. I just came back from Tibet. Tibet is relatively poor region in China, but the Tibet University, one strong subject is AI. Very interesting, because Tibet, they have, has a lot of plenty of powers. The biggest dam is going on. So once you, a small unit, a small organization or a poor province, once you acquire AI, you become powerful. So next, our chairman, Gu, please.
I think like right now, absolutely, we have already get into the AI era, but a lot of people become the mania of AI, And a lot of people got a panic about AI, but I would say probably neither of that is correct. Why? Because when we talk about AI, it's not necessarily means artificial intelligence. When I started my PhD in 2000 at Carnegie Mellon, and it stands for autonomous idiot, because it's definitely not about right. Then we try to evaluate it and develop it, and later we got a new name for AI. It's always incorrect, because I tried so many different experiments and I wrote so many, probably millions of lines of codes, just couldn't get it correct. So right now, we are lucky and proud enough to get into the true artificial intelligence era. So it's very difficult, and it's definitely we need to cherish about this time is coming. Some people say, no, you just try to exaggerate the importance of AI, because people also mention, wow, last century, that's the wireless communication. And at the beginning of this century, it's the computational biology. And you just have been exaggerating every single revolution of technology. And right now, AI is that important? And if we talk about Great Bay Area, if we talk about ASEAN, do we really pay so much attention to it? I would say yes. Because 100 years ago, or probably 50 years ago, when we still use telephone, not mobile device, on the telephone, what very important attention we pay? We pay the minutes. Because if you talk longer, you talk more, you pay much more money. And then right now, have you ever paid attention to how many minutes you talk to your friends? No, because most likely you use WhatsApp or WeChat. You even don't bother the telecom company to use their service to do the talk with your friend at all. But at least right now, if you do not pay attention to the minutes, you pay attention to the gigabytes, to the megabytes. Because you say, oh, this is, right now I'm in Shenzhen, that's international roaming. I only got 5 gigabytes. If I use out of 5 gigabytes, I pay a lot of money. But I'm sure, probably just in 1 or 2 years, you are not going to pay attention to gigabytes anymore. You are going to pay attention to number of tokens. That's the large language models. And that's why LLM is so important. Then back to Professor Zhen's question again, every country has its opportunity. Not only just the United States, the China, these two biggest countries, the big two giants, currently they bump into each other and point to each other. When we look into ASEAN, and we see it's a very complicated compliance union. It has Singapore, and get 80% or maybe 90% readiness for AI. And we also have countries like Laos, and they probably still has a really long distance to get into AI. And particularly if we look at today, the ASEAN has 11 countries instead of 10 countries. And it speaks, I just did a quick calculation, to excluding Chinese and English, they speak 8 different languages. 11 countries with more than 600 million people. And it's very difficult to put the big market into a unified one. So I would say there are a lot of great opportunities currently existing in ASEAN countries, because not like European countries, they are developed and they have pretty mature infrastructure, but they don't have the momentum and they don't have the desire to do a great improvement. But for ASEAN countries, they do. So the only thing they need to do is try to learn from China, from the US, and the only thing they have to do is try to get a balancing point and try to benefit from both sides. That's what they should do.
Okay, Jeffrey?
I'm glad we're talking about this, but I don't know if we know what the future really either does hold or can hold in all of this. Our expectations of what artificial intelligence can do has changed so much in just the past few years that we're still, I think, amazed and a bit befuddled. nobody predicted the LLM models in the way that they have emerged in the last few years. And the idea that you could have practical models with trillions of parameters is something completely different from all of our training and experience before. So we're in a new phase without fully understanding what lies ahead. Obviously, we have many major concerns and many major opportunities as well. Let me start with the opportunities. It's quite clear that even with the technologies that we have now, so many problems can be solved at low cost that were almost unimaginable before. From healthcare, education, improvements of how infrastructure works, raising productivity in agriculture, help for the poorest people in payments, in credit systems. The applications are wonderful, and the costs of these applications are quite small. This is not a huge investment. It's not an insignificant investment, but it is not a huge investment to ensure universal access to basic devices in a society, even a poor society. It won't happen by itself. It's a matter of public policy to do that. But it is not hard to envision that there can be effectively universal coverage of health services, universal coverage of education online, universal access to banking, payment systems, credit, universal access to public services of many dimensions, even for the poorest places in the world. And they will no longer be so poor as a result of this. And this is already happening. Again, as we discussed in the morning, the future is already here, just not evenly. So we can see places, even very poor places, where the penetration of digital services now supported by AI has advanced remarkably. So I would expect within 10 years or 15 years, the extent of the usage of these technologies anywhere in the world will be extremely high. And this will happen one way or another. I'm pretty optimistic about that. What I'm not sure at all is what kind of society will emerge from all of these technologies. Because there are clearly real worries together with the real opportunities. And the worries are obvious, and again, they're already present, and the trends are powerful, and we don't know how this will evolve. What are the worries? Well, first of all, that there is no useful work for most people, because truly, so much of what is done today will be done by expert systems and will be done at low cost. And this could mean an age of great economic abundance, because if the humanoid robots being produced down the block here actually do all the work, we have the time for the coffee breaks, for leisure, for going to the park, where Shenzhen robots will do all the hard work for us. So this is not an impossible future. But there's just one problem. Suppose that the only thing you bring to the marketplace is your labor income, not your robot. You don't have a robot. You're born into a family that has little, and your wage level is very low because the demand for human work has gone down so far, and the demand for the robots has gone up so much, or replaced the human activity. The result could be even an expanding output, but with an extraordinary concentration of wealth and income. And we can see that trend happening over time. And today, Elon Musk is asking for a $1 trillion paycheck. He's really asking for it. It's really obnoxious, but he's asking for it. And he may get it, actually. I hope not, but he might. And the chairman of his board is telling the shareholders we have to give him $1 trillion because otherwise the value of our business will go down, so we should give him that $1 trillion. Pretty strange, but the concentration of wealth is very real. Even today, before his $1 trillion paycheck, the top 10 American wealth owners, who are all big tech, AI, digital entrepreneurs, have a combined net worth of around $3 trillion. It goes up and down a little bit, but it's a lot of money. And $3 trillion of wealth is enough to buy the US government, the presidency, the Congress, and a lot else, and it already did so. Our vice president was chosen by the tech industry. Not really by the tech industry, he was chosen by about 3 of the tech moguls in the United States, especially Mr. Peter Thiel and his friends. They sat Donald Trump down in a dinner and they said, "We will back you, and here is your vice president, J.D. Vance." And they created the vice presidency. So this is not only an extraordinary concentration of wealth, but it's also an extraordinary concentration of political power. It's also becoming an extraordinary concentration of military power as well, because no self-respecting army can do anything without AI-empowered armaments. And I suppose in China, those are part of the military, but in the United States, those are part of the private sector. So we have a privatization of the military taking place. The Pentagon looks to Silicon Valley for help, not Silicon Valley looking to the Pentagon. And this is quite extraordinary because a few of the big tech entrepreneurs are now really driving our military policy. Very strange. But we have companies like Palantir, which is an AI company for war. And not only is it an AI company for war, it's an AI company at war, because it has played a major role in Israel's campaign in Gaza in the last 2 years. It has the AI identification of faces to kill people. So it's a visual identification and a large database and an AI system that says if it's a high-profile target for Israel, then it calculates how many innocent people it's allowed to kill at the same time as it targets this individual. So if the AI system suspects that a high target is in a building filled with civilians, if that person is a high enough target, the code says it's okay to kill everybody because the collateral damage is okay because the target is so important. If it's a low-ranking person, it says, no, you can't do that. You have to target just the individual. Well, of course, I personally find this completely repulsive. I think a lot of people would find this immoral and illegal and a war crime. But the owners of Palantir say how wonderful it is, how smart it is. They have more political power than we do. So this is just an example of in the United States context, of the concentration of military power that has gone along with the AI. But there's even more power concentrated, at least again in the US context, because these AI executives increasingly own all our media. First, almost by definition, they own the social media. So they own our email accounts, they own Facebook, of course, they own most of the social media. That means that they also control a great deal of the public discourse, not surprisingly. But it's just a handful of a few people. They don't represent anybody but themselves. Maybe they're shareholders, I'm not convinced, but maybe they're shareholders, but not the global, not the bigger society. There's a very interesting case underway right now where TikTok, of course, is being bought in the US, TikTok, under US law. We have come to understand why that is. That's a favor to the government of Israel, actually. Very strange, because TikTok was showing a lot of unpleasant pictures of Israel's destruction of people in Gaza. And so the Israeli government said, how do we get that off the media? And the US Congress said, well, we can buy it and put it under US control. And so a great backer of Israel, who is the #2 richest person in the world, Larry Ellison, is buying TikTok. And he's giving it to his son to run. He gave his son Paramount Media, CBS News, and now TikTok. So all our major media are becoming owned by a few people. The Washington Post, Time Magazine, TikTok, of course, X, and much else is a few people in our country that control the media. And they turn off your messaging if they don't like what you're saying. You lose your account. You lose your, of course, ability to communicate. And so this, again, is not even government accountability. It's private decision-making by a few people. So this is another part. We're also, of course, we've lost our privacy. This is, we're told, live with it, but at least in my country, someone between Apple, Amazon, and a couple of other companies know every keystroke I make, every call I make. It's really an unusual situation. It's the same people that have all of that. They use that also to strengthen their AI models, because what makes ChatGPT or other models work is the data, not the programming. The structure of the programming, I think, is probably known to a lot of AI scientists, like the gentleman sitting next to me, but the data that trains the model is whoever can control the massive flow of information and wherever the feedback comes, because it's the feedback that makes the models even better. So I'm not sure that it's really the case that this will be a general purpose tool that can be used as widely as you might think intuitive, because a lot of the power of the tool will be the feedback effect. That's why Google was so successful in its search. Its search engine was successful because it depended on the number of people using the search engine. So instead of having 100 search engines, all of them pretty good, in the US we ended up with one search engine. Now we have two, because we can ask ChatGPT the question and get back probably an even more intelligent answer. But that depends on the flow of use, and that means that there is inherently network scale economies, and that means that we lose the chance for competition, we end up with a lot of concentration. So our privacy is gone. The ability to compete with the AI, at least the LLMs, is probably quite limited. The direct control of politics is very high. The wealth is extraordinary. The likely redistribution of income as demand for workers goes down and demand for robots and AI systems goes up is also very significant. So all of this, to my mind, says there could be quite a, what we would say, a dystopian trajectory, meaning that we have a powerful tool, but it actually, ironically, makes things worse rather than better for most of society. That's theoretically possible. What's also, I think, undoubtedly true is that we were able to ensure that these tools are used well, they would make everybody better off. So it's not to not use these tools, but to use them effectively and to govern them effectively. But that is a very hard challenge. It's hard, first of all, to know what is effective because the tools themselves are so new. They are improving in their efficiency so dramatically that it's hard to really know exactly the right thing to do. And it's also politically perhaps even impossible already in the United States to do the right things about it. I can give you just a personal, tiny example. Every day now, there is a fake website with me on it that says, Jeffrey Sachs says the following. And it's usually just a picture, not a video of me. And it's a speech that is AI generated. And the voice is 70%, I would say. It's not bad. It's not me, but it's not bad. It's easy to think it might be me. And boy, I'm saying stupid things every day. And every day I ask my colleagues, please call YouTube or whatever the platform is to get this taken down. It's very time consuming. And every few days, this gets taken down. And in the meantime, new sites appear. And they generate sometimes hundreds of thousands of views. And when you listen to them, they don't even make sense. But the comments are, oh, this is the most brilliant thing he ever said, or something like that. So it's a very strange environment. Now, the point I want to make is that you would think in the United States, which loves lawsuits, I could hire a lawyer and sue YouTube. Stop putting this on your platform because it's damaging to me. But under our law, YouTube is completely exonerated from any responsibility of the content on its platform because it has the power in Congress to protect itself. And so it already has bought protection. So there is no recourse that I can see so far to fighting this. And this will get better and better. It will be full videos. It will be perfect speeches. It will look exactly like anybody giving speeches, whether it's the President of the United States or me or anyone else. The fakes will be there, and who will control it under the circumstances that the true owners of the platform want no accountability, only power. And so they may be the only ones in the end that can really control it. So all of this is to say we have a paradox, which is a tool of great power and potential positive significance and tremendous risks and a huge complex challenge. How to govern it and how politically to organize that governance. And nobody has an answer for this right now. So it's a very interesting question. I think in our project we should work on this. And working on this in Shenzhen is a tremendous opportunity, actually, because you have the engineers who are at the cutting edge of this technology and can explain it, and you have the social scientists who can look at it, and you have a responsible government that wants to do something to make sure that this is properly utilized. And so it's a very, very positive contribution that can be made, and probably uniquely here. It's really not easy to do such analysis in the United States because this is already escaped social responsibility in its way. But it can and it should be done here, and I would be very, very excited for us to think hard and to work with the technical community here as well, because this is a godsend. It's almost no place in the world, perhaps no single place in the world that you could find such talent to interact to discuss these issues.
Yeah, I think Jeffrey, and I think I also experienced the same kind of story as you had. You know, last time I met the Guangdong Party Secretary and Wang Kunming. He said, "Oh, Professor Zheng, you said something. You know, it's wrong. You know, the social media. You know, is spread of the news. You know, suppose it was my picture. It tells. You know, Professor Zheng said, what? With AI, the rise of AI, all Chinese become stupid." So I tell the leader, I did not say that. Then he tell me, if you did not do that, please clean that. Then I tell him, it's impossible for me to clean that. Over thousands of websites, social media, how can I do that, right? So I think Jeffrey is right. We have to rely on technology to do the job. You know, as an individual, we are really hopeless. You know. Well, that comes to another question. That's the technological infrastructure. So my question for you, Lily, is ASEAN, now 11 states, right? 11 states. So because last time we talked about the connectivity, that's the physical connectivity. Then in the age of AI, how ASEAN and China can work together to improve this AI infrastructure for 12 countries. That's possible. Can we have an AI one by one rule initiative or something like last time?
Right. Thank you. I think that's a very important issue. My suggestions is two things. First is that ASEAN, even though we try to be self-content, we are not. We still depend our trade, investments, technology with our key trading investments partners and technology partners. There are China, Japan, and South Korea, and to some extent Australia, India, and New Zealand. So to have this kind of platforms of connectivity, let's have East Asia Connectivity Platform, the framework, and have these 16, now 17 countries all together. And we can start one by one. So first, we can start with ASEAN China, or even ASEAN's Great Bay Area. We can start with so-called physical and soft, or physical and digital infrastructure. We can start with power grid, with AI governance, with digital regulations, with data privacy law and regulations. We can be very specific on specific regulations, laws, as well as providing conducive environments for that connectivity. I think that's one way to develop or going towards to, I think the ideal way is that we have a multilateral or global AI governance in which, of course, China and the US should be part of that, right? Because without global governance, all what happens in the US, what happens in the China will gonna affect everyone in the world. So ideally, we have a global AI governance. But we can start with GBA-ASEAN initiative. The second one is that I'm envisioning independent international body. It can be under the UN, it can be a totally independent to regulate, because now we don't have any international independent body, right? Like, of course, like the US is very market-led, while China is very government-led. So we need an international independent that can manage all this, including the innovations, the governance, the regulations, the incentive, the facilitations, because we want this digital technology, industrial robots, AI to grow, to serve for the best of human welfare, not the other way around. So that's kind of two at the global level. I think we can start within ASEAN's and GBA initiative. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And Chairman Guo, Jeffrey talked about AI's impact on income inequality, but this also is happening in China. In recent years, those platforms, in Chinese, it's so good. In Chinese, it's 割韭菜, they benefit. So how can platform do to make society more equal, not to make society more divided? Because this is quite a universal, right? Because not happening in the United States, but also here. So from a technical point of view, for example, now all those platforms, they have a price competition, competitive law. So that's why China is experiencing very serious deflation. I think those platforms contribute a lot. They compete for low, not compete for high. So from technical point, can we do something to reverse this trend? Because the central government also is very much worried about 内卷, right? This deflation side. So what's your take?
This is another good question from another perspective to look at the governance. Because to me, governance has 3 different levels. The first is purely from the central government, and that's the law and order. So we have to set up a red line, and you definitely cannot cross it. If you cross it, we put you behind the bar. And the second is based on the international organization and based on big gigantic firms and corporations. And they have to set up some rules to regulate their employees, their products, and the market share they already own. And the third level is about education, particularly the education from K-12 and all the way to college and universities. Because if you think about the inequality, or if you think about the unfairness, they come from all 3 different levels. From the first level, because I'm definitely not sitting anywhere close to it, so I wouldn't put any comments for the law and order. But for the corporation governance and for the K-12, from specifically the question Professor Zheng asked, from the technical point, how can we do to get a better fairness for the entire society? I would say there are 3 different perspectives. When we talk about infrastructure, we talk about governance, we always talk about 3 things. Number 1, we talk about intelligence, which is the talent. Number 2, we talk about data. And number 3, we talk about the computational power. So if we can do things for these 3 perspectives to assure the fairness, then I think we can get the equality and we can get the fairness. So let me starting from the first one, from the talent. And right now, the talent is not equal. And people graduated from Tsinghua, from Peking University, and they have a much more privilege and to play much more important roles and in a lot of different ways. I think there is a good way, and we can just try to ease the peak and the valley of our talent. How do we do it? There are a bunch of different ways. I only just limited it to one, which is we can combine the talent and with the data together to do it. Originally, when we train a large language model, what do? And we just throw the data into the large language model. We don't do any pre-filtering. So probably, you feed in the Nazi comments into it. Probably you fill in a lot of those ethnic group comments into it. Large language model didn't know anything. So they just quickly pick up everything and put and train the parameters in the 3 big matrices and eventually get the result. So when you ask the large language model some question, it will give you the preferred answer for that. The preferred answer is not guaranteed the correct answer. It's not guaranteed that's the question, that's the answer about fairness. And that again back to bias the trained our talent. Because the training data, the bias, and get the derivative of the bias for our talent. So right now, I would say the first thing and we should do, it's not only the US, it's not only China, it's not only GBA, it's not only ASEAN, and we need to get a committee. And this committee could be at the state level, could be at the central government level, or maybe just at the big tech company level. And they should have a fair view about the training data currently we have. And for this training data, we could use them in a lot of different scenarios. For K-12, I asked a question about what do you think about the current Venezuela? And if this training is most likely generated in the US, you are going to get a heated version. If you just get the training data generated in China, you maybe get a fair version. So that's why we have to pay a lot of attention to the fundamental of the data itself. Try to make sure it can generate the fair view. You may say, no, I don't need to worry about it because we have our government regulated textbook. Textbook is just a very tiny portion of kids' education, about the talent education. Don't just think about kids below 12 years will be easily brainwashed by you. No, even for college students, it's so easy to be influenced by a lot of the new result out of large language models. So we have to use the tech view to automatically pre-filtering the training data to make sure the large language model can generate a fair view for most of the questions. It don't have to be really fundamental or have to be really extreme, but it has to be fair. And again, because I'm talking about the 3 things, the talent, the data, and also the computation power. Computation power is another thing from the tech view to show the fairness among different countries. Right now, because the tension, the increasingly tension between the China and the US, computation power is not something everyone can get. In US, and probably because I travel a lot and into Singapore, and I do see a lot of companies in Singapore. Recently, they are getting much, much richer. It's just because they import a lot of the GPUs, and again, they export to certain mysterious and beautiful places and cities. So that is something I don't think it should last long. If US wants to secure its leading role in the world, it should open its mind. And it shouldn't be we call the suspicious number 1. What means suspicious number 1? Yes, indeed, I'm number 1. But I consistently look back and I try to say, where is number 2? And I try to use everything I do to block the way number 2 could pass me. That's called the suspicious number 1. And if US would to do anything he could, then should go back to the 1950s. And that's clearly the number 1. And always just go straight, never look back, because it has the confidence. And it has everything in his mind. He knows, and he will be number 1. So back to this, from the tech view, if US can completely and open its mind again and get back a little bit weird trading policy, let Jensen Huang do whatever he wants to do anything for his own GPU, then I think from the tech view, it can again guarantee the fairness of everything. That's just my view.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Gu. But that's a bit different from what Jeffrey said. When Jeffrey said, according to my understanding, the wealthy power, and both wealthy and power, already too highly centralized. If you give power to Jason Wang, he become more powerful. I don't know what he's going to do, to save us or to kill us. No one knows. How can control Jason Wang? I don't know. Jeffrey, for your question, and you have talked about the negative impact of AI and on U.S. society. I fully agree with that. I went to the U.S. in early 1990, and it was a good time. But now, since I left many years ago, a lot changes. I read many pieces of New York Times commentary. They all talk about how AI has threatened the U.S. democracy. Right? This I'm worried about. So in your view, how you can restore a democracy which is still capable to solve all the problems you mentioned?
The theory of democracy is based on the idea of a well-informed public that can participate responsibly in their affairs, and that what they want to do is to ensure that the leaders that are selected through elections are similarly responsible to carry out the wishes of the public. Unfortunately, in the United States, this system is not working now at several levels. The public is not informed in part because there's no interest in the government in informing the public about public policy issues. So the quality of the discussion in the public, or the quality of the deliberations, is extremely low. The manipulation factor is very high. The manipulation by the government itself, which does not want public participation, and the manipulation on behalf of the government by those groups that are really affecting the government policy. And one of those groups is Silicon Valley itself. So the level of discussion about these issues is not good. And this is a practical problem. There are two facts which have caused a deterioration of the American governance over the past 40 years. One is that the U.S. Government became increasingly secretive and focused on militaristic approaches. So it's not an open policy towards the world, but rather many wars. And the number of wars in the last 40 years in that the U.S. has engaged in has been very, very high. Wars are fought with secrecy, and they're not subject to public control. And this has made our government even more remote from the principles of democracy. Second, the government became very corrupted by money, because when you hold elections in the U.S. system, this is paid for by campaign contributions. And those contributions increasingly come from the ultra-rich who are trying to dominate the government policy. You remember Elon Musk campaigning with President Trump, and he was giving away $1 million a day to voters in Pennsylvania to generate interest. But $1 million a day for Elon Musk is, like throwing pennies. It doesn't mean anything, but it was enough to manipulate the political system. And it was taken almost as normal in the United States because we are so used to big money determining our politics. And so a democratic system depends on certain attributes to function effectively. It's not the only form of government, of course. It's not the only form of government that can work. But for a democracy to work, you need a well-informed public, and you need the public opinion to have an influence on the government functioning, at least, of course, with a competent government as well. These attributes don't apply in the United States now, unfortunately. So it's a democracy in form, but in practice, it is a very highly centralized power, and almost everything Donald Trump does is by a decree. So our Congress, which is supposed to play a major role in our politics, plays almost no role day by day. When the tariff on China goes up, or when it goes down, or when the export ban goes up, or when the export ban goes down, this has nothing to do with the Congress or with legislation. It's all by executive decree of the President of the United States, who was put into place by the money of Silicon Valley, for example. So this is a very strange system. It is not a technocratic system as in China. There is no technocratic class of well-trained leaders. In fact, in our cabinet in the United States, 35 members of our cabinet, there isn't one single PhD of the 35. They are not well-trained. They're not technically sophisticated. They are told basically what to do by outsiders. And so this is also a very particular problem. And it is very hard to solve this effectively right now. So the crisis will continue for a while. I don't know exactly how it's going to be resolved, but we don't have effective governance right now that is logical, based on planning, based on rational assessment, based on technical considerations. It's very much driven by very particular interests and short-term judgments and orders that are not really prepared in a serious and systematic way. But I wanted to say, if I could, just also to add and ask a question on the training of the large language models. Part of the issue is the access to the data to train those models, and who will have access to the data. Of course, OpenAI to train ChatGPT simply took all the data that it could find, whether it was copyrighted, owned privately, everything, from the newspapers, the social media, and it uses data from the users itself in terms of their interests and so forth. So one question is access to the data. If data are pre-filtered, who does the filtering? Because this is a very major problem, at least in an unequal society like the United States. Then there is a second question. After the model is trained, then, and I ask the engineers, then certain conditions are put on so that it doesn't make too many mistakes or sound like a horrible person, that it's not impolite or sound like someone who wants to kill you and so forth. Some of these systems, I think Grok is one of them, has very few constraints, it seems. It's able to make very nasty answers. Others are constrained in other ways. The power to manipulate through that post-training period seems to me to be very high. If ChatGPT, because of OpenAI, wants certain answers, you could get 1 billion people believing in a particular direction, because most of us now ask ChatGPT a question. And if in the end ChatGPT gives an answer, it's not necessarily on its training data, it could be on its post-training filters. to come up with a particular answer. Yesterday, I asked a question. I won't tell you exactly what it was, but ChatGPT answered, that is a politically sensitive question. And then it gave me an answer that was very politically correct from a US government point of view. I happen to know it was not the right answer. I was smarter than ChatGPT. It gave me the standard propaganda answer. It did not give me the real answer. And I could see that there was a filter there that was basically saying at the beginning, I'm not going to get into that with you. I don't know how that works exactly, except the first line said that is politically sensitive. So I wonder about the capacity of manipulation being very high, not because of the biases of training, which is often identified, but the biases that are put into the post-training control of what the system reports. And we should, in the US context, these are privately owned platforms that have all the attention of the public. And they have certain desires. One is to make a lot of money. So they want to manipulate us to continue to use the platform. That we know for sure also because when ChatGPT answers me most of the time, it says, that is a brilliant question. That is so smart. Let me help you with that great idea. Oh, come on, please, get a grip. But it's basically trying to encourage me to use it, and it succeeds because you like to have that answer. So there's a lot of manipulation possible, and I just wonder about what we should be doing about that as well. It's not the pre-filter, it's the post-filter.
Well, last time we actually in China, we discussed a question like you mentioned, this large language model should be controlled by the private sector or should be controlled by the government. Actually, no answer, because both actors can do good, both actors can do bad, right? Yeah, I'm going to ask you a very simple question, because the question is all related to all of us. If AI can do most jobs for us, including intellectual jobs, then what kind of job we can find as a job? We're not going to, we don't want to go to be replaced, right? We don't want to lose our job. But if AI can do job for us, what we should do as a human being, particularly if our intellectual power declines with the use of AI, then are we going to become an animal again or become smarter again? That consumes me a lot. I'm worried about it, you know. I'm losing my job.
Well, I do not mean to promote my book, even though I always do. Currently, I edited a book on robots and AI. I make it publicly available, so it's one part of my commitments to global knowledge. You can freely download it. It's Robots and AI, a New Economic Era. In that book, we analyze at the national level, at the firm level, we analyze at the global level. The result shows that industrial robots and AI will gonna affect us in 3 ways in terms of labor and wages. One is replacements. That's basically gonna provide more favor to skilled labor than unskilled labor, will be largely replaced by AI, by industrial robots and AI-driven machines. The second one is productivity effect. Firms that adopt industrial robots and AI-driven machines usually will gonna increase their productivity, and at the end we're gonna employ more labor and pay higher wages to laborers. And the third effect is reinstatement effects. That's basically industrial robots and AI will gonna create new tasks that have never been invented or never had been thought before. It's pretty much like the inventions of computer, the inventions of new technology that also create new jobs that have never been invented or we have never thought before. So this is kind of the three effects on labor and wages. At the end of the day, responding to your questions, how much will be replaced? At the current situations, AI, neurosystems, is working 125,000 times faster than human neurobrain systems. 125,000 times. But in the specific knowledge, like I think most of you are here, the human brain are more knowledgeable than AI at this moment. And the second one is also, like I just want to highlight Professor Sachs mentions, for most of the well-informed populations, they know some of the AI-driven are managed by certain companies. So their answers are very much using the algorithms. They're gonna optimize profit their companies or provide favors to certain governments or institutions. For most of well-informed users, they know that the results or the instructions or the answers are not well enough. So that's why I think like, but this is the current situations. 10 years from now, I don't know the answer. Probably AI-driven machines can be more knowledgeable than us. Because like over the last 10 years, AI has been moving very fast. So addressing to your questions, I think many of the experts or economists are kind of providing one of the universal wages that to ensure those unskilled workers have enough income for them to survive. That's one way to solve for the inequality and ensures that they have enough income even though they have been replaced. And then the second one is that many of countries, particularly developed countries like in Nordic areas, they start to minimize this kind of misinformations, misuse by not introducing these AI-driven machines at the early age. So I think that's one way to kind of slow down the spread of the misleading and misinformations and try to manage giving well enough informations and well enough educations for young kids and young people at the very early age. Thank you.
So you mean that we can slow down the process, but we cannot stop the process of dehumanization, you know?
I think it's just impossible for us to stop. But yeah, I think like we can slow down. At the same time, so we need to ensure that we put enough safety nets and enough governance, law and regulations to ensure that we are going in the right directions.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Guo, you're a scientist. I'm really worried about. Well, scientists can create powerful things like nuclear weapons, but scientists are not able to control them. So I'm afraid you are going to kill us. So how can scientists be humanized, you know? Not to create a powerful machine who will kill us.
Well, this is a really tough question. For scientists, for engineers, our dream always try to do big and change big. But of course, we don't want to do that big to destroy the whole world. So yes, this is tough. But I think I'm probably very confident into this question because when we look at 50, or right now it's 80 years back, when we look at Oppenheim and look at all American scientists, when they invented the nuclear bombs, and we all thought, and that could be the end of the world. 80 years later, we are still kicking and living, and nuclear bombs kind of forbidden and hidden and into a dark room. Even some dictators always jump up and say, I'm going to use it. But I'm pretty confident because all people around him will realize if he pushes the button, the whole world will gone. All those people will be gone. So those people will pull the gun and point to his head and prevent him push the button. So eventually it will be another terrible balance. So that's why, again, that's political leaders. And back to scientists and to engineers. Again, I try to amend it a little bit about the previous questions. And also, I have confidence and I don't lose concern, of course, at the same time, about losing job. Like many, many years back, people were proud and they are the best horseback rider. And now I don't think they are going to be proud this anymore unless they attend Olympic Games. But does that mean they lose their jobs? No. Now they become the taxi drivers. So they have a new job. So always, even though I don't know which new job I'm going to get, but I'm pretty sure when we see a small window close to me and there will be a much larger door slowly open to me, even though I don't know where the door is located and I don't know when the door is going to open, but I'm sure this is the trend. So that's also like people ask me, hey, Ling Wing, do you think or are you afraid AI will be your leader? I say no. Why I should be afraid of that? When I was born, my parents were my leader. And then they decide when I need to poo-poo, when I need to drink milk. And when I grow up, become a toddler. And in preschool, my teacher were my leaders. And she let me know and where I should take a nap and where I should go home. And I don't have control on myself. And when I get into college, my girlfriend was my leader. And then now my wife, of course, it's same, still the same girl. And turn becomes a girlfriend to my wife. And she will be my permanent leader. So anyway, I have a leader. Then why AI become my leader is a terrible thing. I don't think so. So that's okay. Changing trend is something people are afraid. It's more like a stock market. Uncertainty is our biggest enemy. Even though it's a bad news, but as long as I know that is already the worst, there is no uncertainty. You will see stock market will go up. Even though there are a lot of good news, but as long as we don't know if there are any other things were coming out, it's uncertainty. Stock market will still going down. So for us, AI, training data, or the technical trends, they are not our enemies. Uncertainty will be our enemies. But again, the last thing, and back to Jeff's comments about the pre-training, pre-filtering, or the post-filtering. Of course, post-filtering is a very important stage for us to control the quality and the macro propaganda of large language model. But this is not only happening in the US. It happens pretty much in every country. Some country, I can guarantee you guys, and it's not only just which way I can answer the question, is I just cannot answer the question. So post-filtering is something inevitable. As long as we still have government, as long as we still have the macro management in this society, we cannot change. But for the pre-filtering, we do. Like I give you a very tiny, small example. I ask ChatGPT, can you tell me what is the worst scenario could be caused by a natural disaster? Or what is you think the worst natural disaster? And because I'm in computer science, so I do a lot of training data, and for the large language model, I manipulated the data a little bit, and I only limited the data and around 2004, or probably from 1998 to 2008. So that's 10 years. And as a result, always consistently gave me the answer, tsunami. Why? Because in 2004, the worst tsunami happened in Indonesia. So the training data only know that is the highest weight I need to give to my training model. So it's not earthquake, it's not wildfire, it's not anything. It's tsunami. But if we enlarge and if we change the time course and for the entire human being history, as long as I have the text and I train, the tsunami answer is gone. So that's why I think from the technical view, we have a way to tackle the problem of pre-filtering. But from the technical view, there is no way we can handle the post-filtering. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Professor and Chairman Gu. But we can imagine a scenario in the future. You have your leader, your wife, or your girlfriend. Then you have your AI. But if they disagree each other, then are you get trouble or not?
Like I always say, people ask me because you live in the LA, but you always travel more than 200,000 miles per year. Because every month I travel between US and Asia, sometime in Singapore, in Hong Kong, or maybe in China. And people say, where is your home? It's my firm answer for sure. Where is my wife? Where is my home? So always, permanently, in my entire life, my wife will be my leader. So if my wife disagrees with AI, dumb AI. That's it.
Okay. So you make sure your wife can defeat the AI. Yeah? Oh, that's great. Well, our time is always up, is almost up. But I have a very important question for Professor Jeffrey. I have many other questions, but this question is very important. We're talking about China, US, ASEAN, you know. So we're also talking about the international cooperation in the age of AI is important. I remember when Dr. Kissinger came to China, and the last time he mentioned the AI cooperation between US and China is so important, just like a nuclear age in the US and the Soviet Union. So you are truly internationalist, right? Doing so many things for the whole world community. So do you think international cooperation possible, international regime on AI governance is possible? How can we make that possible?
Thank you very much. And I agree with your answer. The wife is the leader no matter what. Hello. We're going to have cooperation. And I think the governments are going to understand they're very vulnerable if we don't have this cooperation. I want to come back to the nuclear analogy. First of all, I don't quite agree with you. We're very lucky we avoided a nuclear war, and we're not done with that risk by any means. So we have to be completely attentive to it. And one of the lessons of the nuclear age was that it immediately escaped the scientists. Of course, everybody who has seen the movie Oppenheimer, if you have seen it, that's the story of scientists inventing the atomic bomb and the politicians taking over the atomic bomb immediately. And the scientists will not control this technology in the end. They will develop it, but they won't control it in the end. It will be controlled for other reasons. The reasons that we have escaped a nuclear war are not only the logic of mutual assured destruction, so-called, but also unbelievable good luck on the one hand, because we came very close to nuclear war on several occasions, and also global cooperation, which at least puts some modest level of control into this horrendously dangerous technology. And the single most important control was the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which has been in effect since the 1960s. And it at least slowed the danger to reaching complete disaster. But I want to stress we're not past that disaster by any means. So we need the global cooperation. And the United Nations remains the only place where we can truly get worldwide engagement on any issue. And so having the United Nations work effectively is extremely important. I want to give a plug because I am very much hoping that China will host a major campus of the United Nations in the future. There are several campuses of the UN. Of course, New York is the headquarters, but Vienna and Rome and Paris and Nairobi are also places where important UN functions are carried out. But in Asia, no. There are offices. The wonderful resident coordinator who was with us, Sid Chatterjee, leads the UN country team, but that's not a UN campus. That is an office for the UN in China. There is no major UN organization here. And I believe that China would be a wonderful host of a UN organization about the future technologies and sustainable development. And this is needed, and China can offer that, and then it becomes a service for the world and a venue where the serious global discussions can take place. So this is something that I think is extremely important. It's not easy, but it's also, just like in the nuclear age, the realization by governments that this has to be controlled before it gets out of everybody's control, including the governments themselves, so that we can use this technology responsibly. After the atomic bomb was made in 1945, first it was used twice, of course, in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, completely irresponsibly by the United States. It should never have been used because Japan was on the verge of surrendering, and it was probably used as a demonstration effect rather than as a real measure to defeat Japan. This is a much debated historical issue, but my view is Truman was very wrong to use this weapon, and he was probably trying to show off the power of the United States to Joseph Stalin more than to defeat Japan, which was already defeated by August 1945. But then the US thought, well, we will have 30 years of an atomic monopoly. They thought that. They were wrong by 26 years, because 4 years later, the Soviet Union had the atomic bomb. Then they said, well, we'll make a thermonuclear bomb. And they said, we'll have another long monopoly. And of course, the hydrogen bomb, the thermonuclear bomb, was developed almost the same time as in the United States and the Soviet Union. There was no monopoly. And now, of course, it has spread to 9 countries. And President Kennedy thought it would spread to 40 countries by now, had there not been the treaties that he helped to put in place, the Test Ban Treaty and the Non-Proliferation Treaty. And that's probably true, that the diplomacy didn't stop us from having this terrible risk, but it also reduced the risk. And we have to do the same thing with all powerful technologies, because the technologies that we have today are so powerful, not only AI, but the biotechnologies and the nuclear technologies and the space technologies and the cyber warfare and so forth are so powerful and so potentially destructive that they must be under control of the global responsibility. And that means treaties and negotiations. And I think we should really work on that. And I believe China can play an absolutely spectacular, positive role for the world in helping to bring that about.
Yeah, thank you. I remember during our lunch, your wife, Sonia, said, we must have AI for peace. That's very important. Of course, AI is important. But I think, of course, AI is already here. No one will reject that. We have to accept its existence. But we have to really work together and to make, not only to make it, use it for development, but also for peace, for well-being. In China's new 5-year plan, I summarized, quite good, I summarized this plan with 3E. That tells, the plan tells, in order for development and peace, we must have 3 things. 1, efficient government, effective government. You must have an effective government. 2nd, you must have efficient market. 3rd, you must have an energetic society. So I think government and the market and the society must work together to move ahead, right? So I have to put an end of this session. We can go on because many of our guests will have to return to Hong Kong. The buses are already there. So, but I'm sure we will gather here next year because APEC will be here. Thank you.
All right, so thank you. Thank you for Director Mr. Chung and also...
If I might...
yeah, sure, please.
I just wanted to say thank you for our hosts and our partners here. It's such an honor and a great pleasure to be together. So many wonderful people and thinking so creatively. So I want to express really from the bottom of my heart how thrilled I am with our sessions together, with our new initiative. We will meet again next year because we'll meet again here next year because of APEC, and we'll meet in the spring in ASEAN. Details to be determined, but surely we will be meeting in June in Kuala Lumpur as part of our work program, because in June in 2026 we'll be launching the 2026 Sustainable Development Report, and we'll have a special edition about sustainable development in the ASEAN region for this coming year's report. And so we will keep everybody informed of the dates, but we will have many activities throughout the year, and we have a rendezvous again in a year's time for the APEC Summit and the GBA-ASEAN initiative. So let me thank everybody sincerely.
Wow, thank you. Thank you for Mr. Jeffrey's invitation. So shall we gather together for a picture for this round of panel discussion? Exactly, technology for good, AI for good. So while we are developing a smart algorithm, fair and more accountable global system for their use is more essential, and we need to take that in mind and take that into consideration. So thank you so much for all our panelists sharing us the inside thoughts. A lot of very interesting parts that we might keep that in mind while developing some AI technologies or other cutting-edge technologies. Yeah, exactly. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Since today we have a very fruitful day, while we having some significant works remains ahead, we would like to invite everybody carry the spirit of our partnership and working together to transform the insights into action and also our partnership into impact. So, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us this year for our gathering, and we are looking forward to seeing you in the year 2026. So see you next year. Thank you.